All right, so here we are live. So we got the 2024 Lenovo Legion 7i today, and I am excited. This is one of the most beautiful laptops that has come out in a while. And I mean, it's just simplistic design. It's fairly thin, but still somewhat powerful, or very just like it's a nice mid-range blend of performance, premium quality, and it feels really good in the hand, as you'll see later in the live stream. And I'm just speaking from, my preliminary testing on this machine left a very positive impression, though I've not done detailed performance testing yet because I prefer to leave that primarily right here in the live stream. Now, if you're brand new to my live streams, you can see we've got a whole bunch of tests we're going to do today, a bunch of gaming tests. It's very important to test these laptops in actual games and see if there's any performance issues like 1% low stuttering, running out of VRAM in certain demanding titles. It's very important for consumers to know which games actually run well on their laptop. And we can go ahead and test a bunch of games today. And then, of course, we have our unboxing, testing, weighing it, Hinge, flex test, removing the bottom so you can see how to upgrade this guy and what you can actually upgrade with it. Then we check out the BIOS and check out the bloatware, webcam quality, and if it has Windows Hello, keyboard, mouse, display test, laptop control software where you can learn how to optimize your laptop and control it to the maximum potential, and then 8064 and crystal disk mark. So we've got just a ton of stuff we're doing today. So I invite you to join the live stream. There will be timestamps down below eventually, but in the first few days, it usually takes a couple days to get all through the whole live stream and timestamp it all up. So thank you so much for joining the live stream today, and let's go ahead and get started. All right. So first up, we have the Legion 7i configurations. Let's go over them today. Now, I want to be clear that I believe in honesty and transparency in all of the reviews that I do to the best of my ability. This laptop was sent over by Lenovo. And what that means is that this live stream is actually not sponsored by them. I can say whatever I want, make any comparisons I want. The final cut down version of the review will be sponsored by them, and that will still be, I'll still be able to be honest and go over all the pros and cons, but just know that that's how the cookie crumbles. I do not take sponsorships unless I can fully review the product and give you all the pros and cons. Now, the key thing about the sponsorship is that it really just puts the laptop in ahead of the queue, because I've got like 8 laptops that are right now in queue, and this is making it so I'm doing this one first before the other ones, and that's really the key behind the sponsorship for this laptop right now. And yeah, so I appreciate Lenovo, and I appreciate partnering with Best Buy. I believe this is partnered with Best Buy, which is where you order it through Lenovo's website, and they actually deliver it through a pickup right here with the local Best Buy. So it's though this is primarily a Lenovo sponsorship, I don't think this is a Best Buy sponsorship. I have to double check all the paperwork, but literally in the paperwork, it says I can be honest with you. So here is the configurations that you can buy of the Legion 7i 2024 version. And this is the white version, RTX 4060 with an i7, and see if we can get all of the specs to pop out. Here we go. An i7-14700HX, and 16 gigs of DDR5 5600 memory, and a 1 terabyte SSD, which we will be speed testing today. We've got a QHD Plus, so 2560 by 1600 resolution display with HDR 400 support and 100% sRGB, 500 nits brightness, 240 hertz refresh rate on this guy, 1080p full HD webcam, 230 watt power supply, and there's a fingerprint reader on this, and it's the white version. Now, there is the Eclipse Black version, which is currently on sale and is the much better buy at the did you pay $2 more? We pay $1.90 more technically, and you get an RTX 4070 instead with an i9-14900HX. So just know that this is the one we're reviewing today, but technically if I were to buy one or recommend one for you to buy today, get the i9 with the 4070 for the same price. That's the way I would go if you were to buy this. Now, there's a link in the description to this page. Again, this video is not sponsored. So again, I appreciate Lenovo for sending the laptop over, and that's how I got the laptop. But it is, I can say whatever I want, and there's, you know, yeah, I appreciate them, and thank you so much, because it really helps support my channel. And all of you that watch, thank you so much. If you like tech, please consider subscribing, hit that like button, and come back for more live streams soon. Okay, so we are going to move on. The biggest pros and cons to the Legion 7i. And also, let me check chat. Niraji says, will you recommend the 7i or the Zephyrus? The chat, there's a little heart icon that's blocking this. Legion I or Zephyrus or Alienware. So, Niraji, it would be between the Legion 7i and the Zephyrus G16, and depending on what you need. And honestly, I haven't fully tested this out yet. So the Zephyrus G16 is right here behind me on the desk. That's the 4090 version though. So it's a lot more powerful than this 7i, and it also costs a lot more. That said, the 7i, I would say just on first impressions, the 7i is a little bit thicker, a little bit bigger, but I think is going to have a little higher power limits. And oddly enough, maybe in some ways, at least I like the style of the Legion 7i, and the keyboard on it is just like you'll see the Perky RGB keyboard looks really good on the 7i, and it blends really well with the white coating on the outside of the laptop. So I really think this Legion 7i is one of the most gorgeous laptops I've tested. We'll see what the temperatures and the performance is like in today's live stream. So yeah, we'll see. Disappointing display options this year, no mini LED or OLED. That is true. With the Zephyrus G16, you can get the OLED display, and that is a distinct advantage. Now, this one in the Legion 7i is actually brighter than the Zephyrus G16. That's a 400 nit display approximately, and this one goes up to 500 nits. So in some ways, the Legion 7i is a little bit better, but it's not as colorful. The color gamut on the 7i is a lower color gamut, only 100% sRGB, not 100% P3. So the Zephyrus G16, which is right here, is I think going to be a little bit thinner, a little bit lower power limits, but it's also all metal, and it's got an OLED display, and there's definitely some trade-offs between the two. But we'll see. We'll see what the actual performance and thermal trade-off is like in today's, like I said, in today's live stream. So TCamp says, also no 18-inch Legion still. It's pretty crazy that Lenovo has not capitalized on an 18-inch Lenovo Legion. I'm very surprised that they haven't, because there's definitely a market for 18-inch laptops. Okay. So awesome. Let's go ahead and get into the biggest pros and cons for the Legion 7i. Well, first of all, this is definitely a more premium focused product because it is a thinner and lighter design. It also has Perky RGB lighting with a higher end display, and it does also have Windows Hello with a Touch ID. So you're looking at a more premium price than the Legion Pro 5i for the same specs, for example, but this is also much thinner and I think a lot more stylish than the Pro 5i series. And then it's also lighter weight. So this is very similar to the Slim 7i from last year, but they dropped the Slim naming from the name of the laptop. And this 7i has been shipping, it just recently actually kind of went on sale, I think last month or like in May, I believe, maybe late April, but mid-May, I think, is when they really started shipping these things. So this is actually a pretty recently launched product. So in terms of pros and cons, the con that I'm trying to get at with all of this comparison is that this is not going to be your best bang for the buck type of laptop. This is going to be one of those things where you're paying a little bit of an extra premium, a few $100s premium for the Perky RGB and the really nice design and a really firm hinge. And you'll see, hopefully we have good thermals and good performance to match it. Now we'll find out in today's live stream. Okay. So the cons here, Another con, it doesn't have a 4080 or 4090 version of the Legion 7i. If you want to get a 4080 or 4090 version, you're gonna have to go for the Legion Pro 7i, or let's see, I don't think the 5i doesn't have a 4080. You basically have to go for the Pro 7i, either 2023 or 2024 version, or the Pro 7. Because both of those have 4080 and 4090 variants, and they're going to cost more money. So, and they're going to be thicker, they're going to weigh more. And so this is kind of like the slimmed down, more premium feel mid-range option from Lenovo. And I'm excited to review it and see, you know, how does it stack up with its thermals and its performance? Does it perform as well as it does aesthetically? Because it's a very gorgeous machine. So we'll see. Okay, so those are the biggest pros and cons. Higher price, thinner, more premium features. But yeah, it's not going to have the highest end GPU options, and it also doesn't have the highest end display options. Like, it doesn't have 100% P3 color gamut for people that are graphic designers or video editors. So that's kind of a downside, though 100% sRGB is still perfectly usable in terms of graphic design, and it's just not your ideal display for that. But 240 hertz display, going to be excellent for esports, going to be excellent for a lot of games, as long as you turn some settings down. Now, another con here, VRAM limitations at QHD resolution may cause some VRAM stuttering, which we'll get into with the benchmarks here. So that's another thing to keep in mind with the 7i, is that you'll probably need to fiddle with the texture settings in particular, or have to utilize upscaling more from smaller resolutions so there's less demand on the VRAM. Only 8 gigs of VRAM with the 4060 or 4070 on this laptop. Okay, let's go ahead and get into the unboxing now. Notice I've got a powerometer. I can't remember the technical name. Chat, if someone in chat knows the technical name for this, we can actually, I think I'm going to keep this going forward. I got this for the Galaxy Book 4 X Elite, so we can see how much power that was pulling, but I'm very curious to see how much power these laptops pull in general. And it's probably a useful thing to have just in general. So I figure it might be a good addition long-term. Chat, if you'd like it, let me know and we'll see about keeping it. Exotic says, unfortunately, 3.2K screen option requires you to build the laptop. Gotcha. The Zephyrus G16 2024 model features Ultra family processor. Is it worth it like the Core family? So good question. That's a distinct advantage, I think, for the 7i. The i7-14700HX and 14900HX are much more powerful processors than the Core Ultra 7 and Core Ultra 9. They have more cores and higher power limits, allowing you to push more performance through them. They'll be a little bit better for gaming, and they'll be a lot better for multi-core rendering. So distinct advantage to the Legion 7i in that camp there. Okay. Dominic says the speaker is terrible. Interesting. We'll see. We'll see about that. We'll be doing a speaker test today, so I don't know. We'll find out. What are you saying? My display is 100% DCI P3, and I have the 3.2K screen. Okay, so I have not seen the upgraded screen option, but let's go to build and see what the display options are, because maybe there is a display option with 100% P3 color gamut, because based on what this chat is saying. Okay, so there is a 100% P3 color gamut here. Okay. Whoa, and it's only a $25 upgrade. That is nice. Okay, so this makes the display option much more attractive. Unfortunately, is this a 4060 config? It's just a high price, $2,100 right now. Yeah, it's a 4060. You want to go to the 4070? It's $215 extra. Does that include? That does not include this upgrade. Yeah, and at this price, I'm thinking you probably would rather go for the Pro 7i. But the display upgrade is there. 3.2K display upgrade. That would definitely help make this a better graphic design or Photoshop style laptop. But that's not what we're reviewing today, right? We're reviewing let me go ahead and I'll duplicate this and then we'll go back. We're reviewing this version right here. This is the version we're reviewing, but just know that I guess if you really want to upgrade it, you can get a better quality display on here with a better higher end GPU and CPU, because we are on the low end spec for this Legion 7i for today's review. And you can go black or you can go white with it. It doesn't cost anything to change that. So, all right. Thanks, chat, for letting me know about the upgraded screen option. Oh. Why? Interesting. This should be a different browser window, I hope. Was it showing the browser? Let me check the stream history. Make sure that, yeah, okay, so it was showing it up until the last moment there. Okay. Interesting. So yeah, so this is the config page, and just know that there is display options, RAM upgrade options, SSD upgrade options. And if you go with the config, there should be also a coupon you can use with this to help bring the price down. I'm going to try extra 5 and see if that coupon works. I am not sure that it will. Extra 5 is not valid right now. So let me pull up my laptop list and see if we have any other coupons going. Pull this up. So lock out. Okay, so that's not going to apply to this one, I don't think. Interesting. Legion Pro 5 is a coupon. I don't think that's going to work. I'll have to look up. I'll put in a pinned comment what the coupon is for this, but yeah, there's Legion 7i. Does that work? No, it's not. I just figured it might. Anyway, so there's going to be a coupon code probably available. Usually Lenovo has a coupon code of some kind to help reduce the price. Okay, let's move on to the next segment of the review. I appreciate your patience. Okay, let's go ahead and unbox the laptop and check out the power adapter. All right. Be Good One says, love your work. Can we get an optimization vid for the Legion 9i soon? Okay, well, I don't have the Legion 9i, but we could probably do some kind of optimization video for the latest gen hardware with the, you know, the i7-14700HX with a RTX 4090, which would be very applicable to many of the high-end laptops. Okay, so this is the box. It's a very simple box. Let's go ahead and open it up. And let's start by taking the foam out. So you can see the laptop is inside of this box. Let's pull this light down. So there's a secondary box here, and we'll pull that out. Bingo. And we'll pull out the power adapter. And there's also a little insert here. We'll pull that out too. Okay, so here is get more from your PC with Lenovo services, 15% discount when you upgrade your warranty. You can get accidental damage, remove malware, support from like sealed battery warranty, one-time battery replacement with after 2 to 3 years coverage, accidental protection, and there's also upgraded. If you do this, there's also Legion Ultimate support, which is like let's say their typical warranty service people are smart, but the Legion Ultimate support are like their veteran support people that are really been there a long time, and they know more how to fix things quicker and more efficiently. At least that's been my experience. So Legion Ultimate support was really good when I needed to get some support from Lenovo. So I recommend it. And I've heard good things about their repair service. because I believe oftentimes they'll send a technician out to the house even to get the laptop repaired right there. Though that may depend on the nature of the repair needed and everything. But yeah, and honestly, the warranty prices from Lenovo are pretty reasonable for the upgrade prices compared to many third-party warranties, or I guess it's technically a single-party warranty, but extended warranties usually cost several $100s, and the Lenovo ones were more like anywhere from 80 to 250, depending on how many years you want or something, and how much coverage you want. So it seemed like a pretty good deal last time I bought a Legion 7i. I added the extended warranty to it. Okay, so we've got a little power cover. We've got a thick power cable. Honestly, this power cable may be a little overkill. Makes it a little harder to maneuver. But at least you know the power cable is going to deliver all the power that the laptop needs. And then we've got our power adapter right here. And here is the cover. Let's see here. This is, let's go ahead and take this off. And choo. Okay, this is a 230 watt power adapter, just like Lenovo claims. And you can see it's not too slim, but it's also not huge. It's a moderately sized power adapter. And it's kind of built in a way that makes it easy to wrap the cables around it, which is kind of interesting. Thanks, Niraj, for the super chat. I really appreciate it, dude. I appreciate the support. I'm assuming you're a dude, but dude or dudette, I appreciate it. Either way. So I like this, that you can wrap it around like this. It's very cool. And then you can obviously do that with the power adapter as well. And so it's not the smallest power adapter, but it is reasonably portable. All right, let's go ahead and take out the laptop next. Dun, dun, dun. All right, so here we are. There's the laptop. It's got this nice sleeve to it. And let's go ahead and pull it out. Look at that. It's a beautiful machine. Let me see. Yeah, we'll go to the standard exposure there. Notice that the Legion here and the Lenovo are both like metal engraved into the case lid. So they have a nice reflective shine to them. So that adds a nice flair to the, I guess, quality feel to it. Same with the Lenovo, but that's more of a brushed aluminum or brushed steel type of look to it. And then the top lid just feels really solid in the hand. Open it up with one finger. We got a little keyboard cover. And there's the keyboard. There's the trackpad. Very nice. Let's go ahead and just close the lid for right now and see what else is in this box. There's some more pamphlets and stuff, so let's check it out. All right, so ingestion hazard. This product contains, battery stuff. Okay, here's a list of hotkeys you'll need to know. All right, so if you get this laptop, you'll definitely want to know these hotkeys. FN plus Q will shift your power mode from, like, say, quiet mode to high performance to auto mode. FN plus R, so that not shift plus Q, but FN plus Q. FN plus R will shift your refresh rate between 60 hertz and 240 hertz. All right. And then FN plus spacebar will enable and disable the keyboard backlight for the laptop. Legion 7i. Let's here, zoom out a little bit so you can see this a little bit better. All right. So Legion 7i. Let's see here. That looks like a different language. Should be in English somewhere. I don't know. This is just saying plug in the laptop with the power adapter before you turn it on. There's a camera switch, USB-C, SD card slot. There's a full-size SD card slot on here. USB-A, multi-purpose USB, combo audio jack. And then we've got the HDMI and power connector on the rear. So it kind of goes over all the ports there in that little guide. And then we have our safety information. Little pamphlet with your safety information, general battery notice right here. And then notice on the Copilot key. Does this have Copilot? This does have a Copilot button. So this is one of the first gaming laptops I've ever seen with a Copilot button. So that's interesting. Some Lenovo PCs now feature a Copilot button on their keyboard. Interesting that they put this as a pamphlet in the laptop. It is located at the bottom or the top row of the keyboard and is labeled with the Copilot icon. The Copilot function varies depending on your geographical location and may not be available until you upgrade your Windows operating system and version and install the necessary updates. Interesting. Huh. So Copilot may not be available on this laptop. I have not tried it. It may or may not be on here. I'm assuming it is, though. At least I would think so. In America, I would think that it would be active already, but beautiful. All right, so that's the unboxing. Initial unboxing. Let's see here. Next, we're going to go ahead and weigh, hinge, and flex test. Yeah, Lenovo nailed the white finish. I agree. This is a gorgeous machine. So this thing just looks so sleek too, because it's got like the brushed aluminum edge trimming here. I don't know if this is actually metal. It feels like it's metal, but it might be like a fake metal. I think it's real metal though. But it goes all the way around the laptop, including the rear of the laptop. And then so you get this brushed aluminum look mixed with the white case. Oh, I just really like this laptop's design. It is a really pretty laptop. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and weigh this. All right. We're looking at basically 4.95 pounds or so, 9.6 pounds. So very under 5 pounds, but it's very close to 5 pounds, almost exactly 5 pounds. Let's add the power adapter and cable in here. And now we're looking at 6 pounds, almost. Yeah, I have to actually calculate it up to get the exact amount here. Let's see here, put it in here. 14.8 divided by 16, 6.925. 6.925 for the total carry weight. And yeah, basically 4.98 pounds for the laptop itself. So under 5 pounds for the laptop, which is nice, especially if you get this with the full i7-14700HX. But it's not particularly light for an ultralight. It's not an ultralight, but it's definitely in the lighter laptop category, being under 5 pounds. Let's go ahead and do the next segment. So hinge and flex test. So I want to note that this hinge, when you're carrying the laptop around, it feels so solid. Like, look, there's like no wobble in the hinge at all. Even moving it around like this, like the hinge stays in place exactly where it's like a super stiff hinge. So I really like that. Now, when we do this, there's a little bit of wobble, but it's not much. But when you're picking it up and moving it around like this, it is solid. That's the one thing I noticed when I was moving it around. Like, this hinge feels really good in terms of usability. Okay, so let's see how far back the hinge can go. Okay, so the hinge can go all the way back, almost flat to the table, but not quite. And the hinge stiffness, like this is a really, like I have to put a lot of pressure to move this hinge. It's a really stiff, strong, sturdy feeling hinge. Like these, the actual hinge itself, like is, it's not loose. Like a lot of laptops have a looser hinge. This feels very sturdy. One finger opening, no problem. Even though like the beginning here is easy. Like this part is easy and then it gets hard right through here. It's very stiff hinge. Like you can hold the laptop display up right up to the point where it gets soft. Like right there, soft, hard. Very nice. And then flex test. Let's see how stiff this machine is. All right, so very little flex. I feel like I'm just flexing the rubber feet in the bottom of the laptop. Like I'm seeing like the whole thing go down. And there is, like looking at the bottom, you can see there are rubber feet that go across here and all the way across the back as well. Notice there's no support in the middle of the laptop. I'm guessing there's going to be some flex in the middle of the laptop. So like the laptop chassis does not feel like it's flexing here. It feels like the feet is flexing. This feels like the laptop chassis is flexing here now. Let me refocus this. And we'll aim it down a little more again. There we go. Okay. All right, so very little flex. Very little flex. It just feels like I'm pushing down on the rubber feet. Now here it feels like the laptop has some flex, but it's still pretty minor. You don't usually put much weight here in the middle. Very little flex going around. Feels, again, like the rubber feet is flexing, but not the laptop itself so much. So that just feels super solid. Like overall, like this is a super rigid laptop, except for maybe the center of the keyboard where we are getting a bit of flex like above the touchpad. This is usually the weakest area of any laptop, but in particular, since there's no rubber feet under the middle, that's where the greatest amount of flex will be, at least on a table. If it's in your lap, you know, if that's against your legs, there will not be as much flex there. Okay, so overall, very impressive hinge design. Flex test was also very good. Let's go ahead and remove the bottom and check out the insides. Okay, so the laptop is flipped upside down now. What's up? Hello, Viridux. When are you going to do some CPU overclocking test on these new CPUs? We've done some. We've done some of that. Though we should probably get the Titan 18HX overclock. Maybe do an overclock battle between the Titan 18HX I have and the incoming XMG Neo 16, which is water cooled. It'd be interesting. It'd be like the battle of the two most powerful laptops that I have ever tested. That would be a fun video or a fun live stream to try. All right, so taking a look here. This is a Phillips head screwdriver. Not too small, but you're going to need a fairly small Phillips head to be able to take this apart. And magnetically, I'd say these screws are kind of deep in there, so you probably would want a magnetic screwdriver head to pull these out as well, because they don't really come out of the case very far when you unscrew it. Zog says, 2024 Zephyrus is more silver. This is more pure white. Yeah, the case on this is like very pure white looking to me. It looks really, really good. And this has more like white with brushed aluminum edging for the look. And it's just a really gorgeous combo in general. Plus then, you know, when we turn on the RGB lights, you'll see like how awesome the keyboard backlighting is. It's just a really good combination. Okay. All right, so there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 screws All Phillips head all the screws appear to be the same size as far as I can see. We're going to need to take this guy up and find the best place to pry it open. See if we can not cut myself today. I've cut myself on the last 2 laptops in a row. So fingers crossed. I see I see a bit of a gap here in the back. So I'm probably going to go for the rear gap here. Wow, it's really tight. There we go. All right, so we'll use this together with this, and we'll go along the edge, just like that. Okay, there we go. And we'll use this to kind of hold it open. There we go. All right, looking good. Looking good. There feels like there might be a screw still in the case. I wonder if it's under this sticker. I am going to take this sticker up just in case because it feels like it's stuck somewhere under here. Is this sticker supposed to be removable? I don't know, but it came off no problem. I don't think it left a residue, so that's good. I don't see anything, so I'm gonna try scooting the laptop case a little backward. We'll try scooting it forward a little bit. Not coming up yet. I'm just gonna gently lift it. Yeah, okay, so just gotta gently lift it, no big deal there. Actually pretty easy in general to get that to come off. I just like to be extra gentle because I don't want to break anything, especially on a review laptop. All right, I don't need to put that away yet, but I can put these back. Beautiful. Okay, let's take a look under the hood. Raise the camera up a little bit. Good stuff. Okay. Voila. All right. So first impressions are that they did not waste any space on the inside of the laptop. I love that. So left side, speakers, right side, speaker, downward firing. There may be upward firing speakers as well, but we'll see. Most likely these are the 2 main speakers here though. Notice that there is not subwoofer. All right. Doesn't appear to be a subwoofer. It looks like 2 general speakers. All right. And then we've got our SSD right here. And we've got an empty SSD slot right here. So you got 2 SSD slots in here. Very easy to upgrade it. And I like that there are 2 SSD slots because that gives you the option of adding an SSD without having to change anything about the laptop with reinstalling Windows or anything. We've got a 99 watt-hour battery. Love it. So maximum possible capacity on the battery, which is going to be great for portability and for maximizing the longevity of the battery life. Keep in mind, the i7-HX and the i9-HX CPU, not really known for their battery life, okay? So you're looking at probably like 4 to 6 hours of general web browsing, And you could kill this battery in probably an hour, hour and 15 minutes if you're doing max benchmarking type stuff. Or, you know, you could extend it out maybe to 8 hours at most with like Wi-Fi completely off, just typing in a Word document and brightness low and no Bluetooth or anything else active. So that's kind of like what your battery range is going to be on this laptop. Nothing really to write home about. Not a super battery machine by any means, but it'll let you get away from the wall for a while. All right. So let's see if we can take this SODIMM memory cover off. We will first unplug the battery. We're going to use our little plastic sticker thing here, or I don't know what you call a spooger tool. We'll pull on the sides. Kind of want to show you this, but basically using this, we can pull on each side of the battery tab here and just move it a little bit each time until it comes free. Now, chat, do not let me forget to plug the battery back in before we boot up. All right, so battery is disabled. And I highly recommend taking the battery out when you are removing a metal shroud on a laptop, because the metal shroud can cause things to short out on the motherboard, which that's happened. So yeah, happened during a live stream even on me once. So I like to unplug the battery now. Okay, so there is some tape. I'll just flip that over there. We also have, notice there's some RAM cooling heat tape here, or whatever you want to call it. And then let's go ahead and pop the RAM sticks up. SK Hynix DDR5 5600. Let me zoom in on the RAM. That's what we got on the inside. Looks good to me. It's going to be a basic RAM stick. You know, DDR5 is, we should be getting the full speed out of this RAM, not running at a slower RAM speed. Easy to upgrade if you need to upgrade the RAM to 32 gigs on your own. Fairly inexpensive. The RAM kit I would recommend is the Kingston Fury Impact RAM kit. If you do decide to get something on your own, you can get the fastest. That's the fastest RAM I've tested so far. And then we have a SK Hynix 1 terabyte SSD. Let me focus over here. So SK Hynix 1 terabyte SSD. Let's take a look at the cooling system on this machine. So big fat heat pipes shared. All of the heat pipes are shared, except it looks like we got a small one here. This will just go to the GPU, I believe. Oh, and it also looks like it goes over the VRMs for this heat plate kind of extends over the VRMs here. So that will help reduce the temperatures for these VRMs. And then we've got our VRM heat plate over here as well. For this, I believe this is going to be the CPU. This is probably going to be the GPU. And so we've got a big fat heat pipe. And this one is interesting. It just goes from here to here. What? That's a weird one. Why? I don't think chat, I don't think you can see this quite so well. Let me tilt this up so you can see this a little bit better. I might have to adjust the lighting. But there's this heat pipe right here. It's just about 2.5 inches long, goes right from here to here, and it ends. So I don't know the point of that one. It's not going to any heat exhaust fins. As far as I can tell, I mean, it is going to conduct heat across into these heat pipes, but that's interesting. So realistically, there's two big heat pipes that go across both all the way to the heat fins on the back. Now, keep in mind, there's only 2 fan exhausts on here on the back of these 2 fans. So fan exhaust, there's no side exits for the fan exhaust. So you won't get blown on your mouse hand with hot air, but that also probably limits the cooling potential of this machine by only having the 2 fan exhausts. I imagine it'll still probably be all right for the i7, but the i9 probably would want to pull more wattage, and this may be a limiting factor for the i9 performance. I don't know, because that may limit the actual wattage that the laptop can pull, and the i9 likes to pull up to, like, you know, all the way up to 200 watts. I don't think they would design a laptop this thin and portable to go to 200 watts, but you know, at least hopefully 100 watts sustained is what I'm hoping this chassis can pull off. Okay, so that's the inside. We've got decent looking speakers. I'm not anticipating they'll have great mids, lows, and highs, probably decent all around sound. Then we've got replaceable SODIMM memory, 2 SSD slots, replaceable Wi-Fi. This Wi-Fi does not seem to have, it's a Realtek RTL8852CE. Interesting. So a Realtek Wi-Fi, empty SSD slot here, 2 fans, got some upgradability. Overall, decent inside. It's very compact, and I love that they managed to squeeze a 99 watt-hour battery into such a small chassis that weighs under 5 pounds. That's really, really cool. Okay, so let's go ahead and pop this cover back on. RTX 4060, that is correct. That is what we have in here with the i7-14700HX. So I believe we're fully popped back together. That was very easy to pop back together. It's a shame there's no pop-up screw for getting the initial, you know, separation started, but that was the only real dilemma with getting the bottom off. Any idea about maximum RAM capacity? It should be 96 gigs would be the maximum RAM capacity with the i7-HX CPU. It will run at reduced speed, though, if you go to that high of capacity. I would really recommend, if you want the fastest RAM speed, sticking to the 32 gig Kingston Fury Impact. Or just 32 gig capacity in general is where the best RAM speeds are with the largest capacity before it starts slowing down. You can go to 64 gigs and it won't be that big of a difference, but you go to the 96 gig kit, it'll definitely be a bigger difference in terms of speed loss. All right, let's get this laptop plugged in and get into the BIOS. So again, we're going to use this powerometer, I think is the name for it. Oh, should we review ports? What laptop is that to left? It's my 2023 Blade 18. That's correct. All right. You guys ready to see the beautiful RGB keyboard? Boom. It's gorgeous. We'll just try to get into the BIOS right away. We're into the BIOS. Probably F2 to get into the BIOS, but I usually press F2 and delete key because manufacturers keep switching between which key goes into the BIOS. So it's just a way to guarantee that I get into the BIOS, no problem. All right. Link in the description if you need the iFixit kit. It's for opening laptops. Okay, so Overall, I do tend to like Lenovo BIOSes because they give you a lot of flexibility with the ability to use your touchpad to control it, and it is also higher resolution. A lot of BIOSes go really low res. Now you can also use arrow keys to control everything, and that also works really well. So you turn on and off wireless, storage controller mode, dynamic graphics, or you can just set it to discrete. So you can have it basically NVIDIA Optimus, Advanced Optimus to be able to switch on the fly, or you can force just the NVIDIA GPU. We'll just leave it on dynamic. I don't think it makes any difference for performance. After multiple times testing it, it just doesn't make a difference. So BIOS backflash. BIOS can be flashed to a previous version if you want. That's pretty nice in case you don't like a change Lenovo made or it's for some reason becomes unstable. You want to go back to a previous BIOS version. This is currently on the latest BIOS version, updated today. So foolproof FN control. Enable or disable foolproof FN control. I don't know what that means. Treat FN as control when combined with non-function keys for some frequently used shortcut key. Interesting. Never seen that before. That's an interesting one. Hotkey mode. Use the hotkey function by pressing FX key. Use legacy FX function, FN plus FX key. So I believe that's the FN lock feature right here. You can enable and disable that in the BIOS. Always on USB means you can charge your USB devices, usually through USB-A. Like if you want to charge your phone through the USB-A port. Charge and battery mode. So if your laptop's asleep but you want to charge your phone from your laptop battery, you can do that. Charge and battery mode. Enable or disable charging external devices when system is in hibernate or power off state. Interesting. So you can do it even when the laptop is completely off. Disable built-in battery. Temporarily disable the battery for servicing the system. Whoa. Interesting. That's so you don't have to unplug the battery anymore to take and upgrade the RAM. You could just disable it in the BIOS. That's interesting. Flip to start. Open the lid when your power is plugged in, and it will do the same thing as pressing the power button. I don't really like that. I don't want it to accidentally turn on. BIOS self-healing. System will back up BIOS firmware and self-heal if the BIOS crashes. I do like that. Restore default overclocking. So if you mess up your undervolt or other things, you can restore default settings. Instant boot. Whether it's a power on device after plugging in AC and USB-C. Interesting. So just plugging it in, you can have it just start turning on. Interesting. Enhance memory, whether to enable SAGV. I'm not sure what SAGV is. That's interesting. I wonder what that would do to the 8-64 RAM score. Active Atom cores. So this is the E cores or efficiency cores in your laptop. You can disable or enable them. Sometimes they will cause really old applications to crash, so you can disable that. Battery level protection, peak power, dynamically balanced control battery charging. So you can set this to basically not go to 100%. Legacy, and that'll increase the longevity of your lithium-ion battery. Legacy game compatibility mode. When enabled, pressing the scroll FN plus K will toggle the efficiency cores between being parked and unparked. Oh, that's cool. So if you want to disable the Atom cores on the fly, you can do that. And that could maybe improve your on-the-fly gaming performance. If you want to just focus on the P cores or the performance cores for gaming performance, that may actually work. That's so cool. All right. So Legion optimization, Legion CPU optimization, interesting. So you could turn this on probably to enable undervolting, I would think. GPU overclocking, that just enables the default overclocking or whatever you customize it to in Lenovo Vantage. And that's already turned on because I turned that on in the Lenovo Vantage. Now keep in mind, some of these settings are available to change in the Lenovo Vantage software. You do not need to go in here for all of them, but like the legacy game compatibility mode. I'm pretty sure you have to do that in the BIOS. CPU optimization, you can do that in... actually, I'm not sure. Let's just turn this on so that it's available to us in the Windows. Little overclocking warning there. But that should not actually do anything unless we do anything further. So undervolt protection. This enabled a new setting here at the bottom of the BIOS. Now we can disable or enable undervolt protection. So let's leave that disabled. The i7-14700HX is capable of being undervolted for additional performance. Usually you can get about 10% more performance. 5 to 15% is the true range. The worst silicon lottery, maybe it'll only be 5%. And if you get a really lucky high-end CPU, you might be able to get 15% performance gain. Current excursion protection. I'm not sure what that is. Maybe that's for load line undervolting. All right, so you can set an admin password for your BIOS, and I'm just going to go through these settings just so you can see all the settings here. You have your boot settings. You'll have to pause if you want to look at these settings in detail. I don't think an average user will be messing with them. Just this configuration section is the area where people are going to be messing with potentially. Okay, so let's go ahead and exit and save our changes. So yeah, that's what you're going to have to do as a first step if you want to do CPU undervolting. GPU undervolting is available in Windows without having to go into the BIOS. Okay, checking out the chat. Okay. Dude, your videos are so awesome. Thank you for doing such in-depth looks into these computers. Aaron, no problem. Happy to do it. When I was buying laptops before, I wish I could find something this detailed. And that's why I try to do it super, super detailed for anyone that is just looking for the maximum. They want to know everything about the laptop before going into a purchase, or maybe they already bought it and they want to know everything about how to optimize it or improve it. Now, we're going to see if the fingerprint sensor is working. All right, so here goes the fingerprint sensor. Let me down the brightness. It's so dang bright. Okay, all right, I just adjusted the lighting a little bit. Hopefully that helps. Here's the finger going on the fingerprint sensor. And I don't think it's even picking up. It's not even trying. It's not even attempting. Let's try going through here. It's not picking it up. Okay, looks like we're going to need to go to sign it options. It's not good. It's a fail. Okay. So it looks like it did this earlier today. I don't know what's going on. I had to do this once already. I had to reset up my pin. I don't know if it's because I unplugged the battery. After I updated the BIOS, it did this. So I'll have to log into my Microsoft account and reset the pin, and as well, I'll have to reset my fingerprint as well. It takes both away. It takes both of those things away when you are what am I trying to say? When it resets your pin, it will disable your fingerprint as well. So that's why the fingerprint was not working. But it is weird that I had to do this twice today. So it is what it is. We'll go through and set up the fingerprint sensor now. Again, so we can see, I can show you how well it works, because it was working pretty well as long as you have a dry finger. Okay, so here we go. So we'll touch it. There we go. All right, you could add another finger too if you want to add like your middle finger, your thumb, other fingers, but I just do index finger usually. Let's go ahead and see if it's working now. Finger, boom. Do it 3 times as a test. You can see it goes about a ½ second. Pressing it and it goes right away. As long as it will remember it this time, hopefully. Okay, so this brightness on the display is not at max. That is maximum brightness. Very nice. Okay, so next up, analyze and review the ports. Let's do it. Chinmay says, this happened to me after the BIOS update. So I'm not the only one. That's good to know. Let's go to... I'm going to pull up the tech specs page here. Give me a moment. So I like using my laptop list whenever I need to find tech specs pages, because we keep the link to the tech specs page usually for every laptop that's made. So it's usually pretty easy to find. So here is the tech specs page. It's just you click on the link and then you click tech specs. And usually it'll link you right to the tech specs of the laptop. So you can see the full port outline, and we can see which one, which ports are Thunderbolt 4, etc., etc. So, all right, beautiful. All right, so here's the port layout. You can take a look at that if you need to, but we'll be going over it with the laptop, and I'll just be using that as a guide as I point everything out. So on the left side, we have our headset combo port. So it's going to be microphone and headset. Then we have our Thunderbolt 4, which is going to include power delivery because that's part of the Thunderbolt 4 specifications. But it also has Thunderbolt 4 data throughput for, eGPUs, Thunderbolt 4 docks, etc. So if you want to use an RTX 4090 eGPU, you could do that. Then we've got the USB-C, which is just a 10 gigabits per second with power delivery up to 140 watts and DisplayPort 1.4 support for additional display outputs. Then we have a USB-A over here with 5 gigabits per second. And this one is always on. So if you need to charge your device, your phone, with the laptop and the laptop is turned off or asleep, you use this USB-A to do that. Going to the rear of the laptop, we have our power adapter port. You can see this power adapter port is reversible, so you can plug it in either way. And then we have an HDMI 2.1 here. And on the left, this is the right side of the laptop, we have our webcam, disable, enable switch, another USB-A. Keep in mind that this one will not be always on. So you'll need to, the laptop will need to be turned on for that to be enabled. Then we have a USB-C, a third USB-C, which is really nice to see, and a full-size SD card slot. So holy schmoly. I think the only thing missing on here is an Ethernet port in terms of ports. Otherwise, we have 5 total USBs, and one of them is a Thunderbolt 4 with an HDMI, a reversible power connector, a full-size SD card slot. That's a phenomenal port selection for a thinner, more portable laptop in particular. So, like I said, the only thing missing, really, an Ethernet port. So keep that in mind. You'll need to get a USB-C dock or something, Thunderbolt 4 dock, if you want to have an Ethernet port. So, and that's honestly probably what I would do. I would just get one of those like $30, $50 Thunderbolt 4 USB-C docks. And, when you get to the office, you just plug that in, boom, and it goes to the monitor. You get a display out with that Thunderbolt 4. You get an Ethernet, you probably get a secondary SD card slot, and then you get a bunch of USB-As, and you just have all your keyboard, mouse, peripherals all plugged into there. So that way you get a cabled internet connection at the same time, which is usually faster, more reliable internet speeds anyway than the Wi-Fi typically. Even the latest Wi-Fi's, the cabled internet is still just a little bit better in terms of latency and throughput, especially for things like cloud gaming or desktop VR stuff with latency introductions there, because it's very tight timings on those latencies. So okay, so ports overall, it's like a 9 ports. Like, it's really, really good ports, just missing that Ethernet port. Okay, we entered and reviewed the BIOS. We did the port analysis. It's time for the bloatware. And we've got some bloatware on here. I already removed some of it, but I took screenshots for you guys. So here we go. So the biggest thing is McAfee. McAfee was popping up, okay? And it was pretty annoying. Lenovo recommends McAfee antivirus to help it stay safe and protected. All right. This one's not too bad. It's Act Now is the advertisement. All right. And then we'll go to the second one. Same thing, but it popped up a second time. I take a screenshot each time it popped up. And the third time was malware warning. Your McAfee virus protection expires soon. 784 new threats were created in the last minute. Are you protected? Extend protection. I really dislike this because it basically causes consumers to panic. All right. It's like kind of the goal of this advertisement. It's like fear mongering and trying to get people to spend money that they don't really need to, as long as they're careful about what they download. In my typical opinion, the vast majority of users will be fine if they just update Windows and be careful what they download. So I already removed McAfee. So we shouldn't have any more pop-ups or slowdowns from that. But I just really dislike it when antiviruses are pre-installed. Let users choose to bring in additional antivirus if they so choose to. Let's go ahead and take a look at what other things are installed on the system already. Going into the Windows application list, looks like we have Microsoft Office on here, Xbox, Solitaire, Spotify, To Do, LinkedIn. All of these things I think are pretty standard with Windows. There's almost nothing here except Lenovo Vantage, Legion Arena. So besides McAfee, almost no bloatware. All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Let's go to the next segment. Time to check out webcam quality. And also let me check in with chat again. All right, so pulling up chat. Replace McAfee with Kaspersky. Much better. Interesting. The first thing I did after booting up was deleting McAfee. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Okay. Let's go ahead and we'll let the camera access your microphone. We'll let camera access your camera. And we're going to need to, I just flipped the switch over here on the right side, down there where it enables the webcam. Otherwise it is disabled. So if I flip the switch, boom, cannot access, it shuts off the power line going up to the camera. So it becomes like dead electronically. All right, so let's go ahead and record a video. So we're recording a quick audio snippet to see what it looks like. And I also want to point out that there is a LED light up here that indicates that the camera is activated. So you have a visual indicator when the camera is enabled. Let's go ahead and type while we're talking. Typing a reasonable amount of words. All right. Let's go ahead and take a couple photos. Okay, good. That is a really good photo there. Okay, so I'm going to say that the color replication is pretty good. I don't know why it's not showing me the photo. The color replication is pretty good, but the detail in the beard, I would say, like the fine details, are only They're not. They could definitely be better. Doesn't feel like a high quality 1080p webcam, but it's close. It's honestly, it's a pretty good webcam, above average for a gaming laptop. Let's go ahead and see what the audio sounds like, and I'm gonna put the mic down closer to the speakers of the laptop, so we'll see what this sounds like. So we are recording a quick audio snippet to see what it looks like, and I also want to point out that there is a LED light up here that indicates that the camera is activated. So you have a visual indicator when the camera is enabled. Let's go ahead and type while we're talking. Typing a reasonable amount of the words. All right. Okay, so the microphone sounds pretty good. It sounds a little low maybe on the volume level, but pretty good. And I gotta say, the video quality here, honestly, the video quality honestly looks better than the photo quality. Like the detail around my beard is actually better in the motion. I don't know, taking the photos, it seemed like there was a little bit of motion blur in the mix. So overall, I'm gonna give the webcam like a 8 point, like between 8 and 8.5. I don't know, let's go 8.25. Overall, not bad, and mic quality was pretty decent. Okay, you just might have to turn up sensitivity to the mic for your if you're on a call or something. We'll have to see. I mean, a lot of like, you know, calling applications will automatically turn up sensitivity anyway. So no Windows Hello for the camera, but there is Windows Hello with the fingerprint. So we'll do that one more time for this area to just demonstrate it again and make sure that it's still working. Voila. Do it twice. Voila. So very quick, very responsive sign in with the fingerprint sensor. That's good. Hopefully it stays in the laptop's memory this time, because it's weird. It's, you know, we lost it. Okay. Beautiful. All right, let's talk keyboard and mouse. What GPU and how much RAM does it have? It's a 16 gigs of RAM. For VRAM, if you're looking for VRAM, it's an 8 gig RTX 4060. Okay, keyboard and trackpad. Let's talk about this. All right, so you notice that we have per key RGB lighting, and let's go ahead and turn the lights off. Well, instead of turning these off, let's just point these out the room so we get just a little bit of lighting in here. No, let's just, yeah, that looks better. Okay, it looks gorgeous. This is beautiful backlight on this keyboard. Honestly, I miss having the Lenovo keyboard so much. My Blade 18 keyboard works great, except for the arrow keys and the lack of numpad. But, you know, the key feel on the Lenovo keys is just better. It's better than the Blade 18 for the key feel. And the key spacing and everything about the Lenovo keyboard, I think, is a little better. Even the backlight is a little better because it goes around the outside of the key, and it just looks really good, where the Razer one just has the stuff coming straight out of the letters. That's it. The Razer one is very bright and very nice, high quality backlighting, but this just looks more awesome. That's what I'll say. Okay. Let's go over the keyboard functionality. Then we'll go over the additional. Keyboard backlighting options. Okay, so we have FN lock. This is going to prioritize these top rows from either the F4 key or the mic mute key or the volume up down to the F2, F3. So with the FN lock key switch enabled, we will be able to change our volume, for example, without having to press FN, which is really convenient, and I really like having FN lock. Love it. So I love that aspect of it. So going along the functionality, we have volume mute, volume down, up, microphone mute, displayed up and down, or it's down then up. Then we have our monitor switch, airplane mode. Let's see here. This is Lenovo. This is Lenovo Smart Key. So you can customize this key to do different functions that you want. That's for F9. F10 is disable trackpad. F11 is your window switch, your hotkey switch. So it switches between, like if we have different things open, it'll pull up this window. It's basically like Alt Tab, so kind of pointless. F12 is the calculator button. So you can press that and it'll launch the calculator app for you, which I do like that. All right, so then we have insert print screen, which will do the snipping tool, delete home, end, page up, page down, and these ones will double as pause, play, stop, rewind, fast forward, depending on whether you have FN lock enabled or disabled. You can also press FN plus those keys to make those things happen. Then you also have a full-size number pad over here with great spacing and layout to quickly and easily type basically anything you want. So like this is a great, I really like the number pad on the Lenovo laptops. It's very functional and very easy to get used to it. Also, full-size arrow keys, and there's also brightness up and down for the keyboard backlight. So we have max keyboard backlight, medium, low, and disabled. So you can go to being a very professional laptop or being, you know, rainbow, unicorn, woo, woo, lots and lots of RGB, which is awesome too. So, okay, so speaking of RGB options, let's go ahead and see what the different keyboard functions are available in the Lenovo Vantage software. Okay, so to get to the keyboard backlight options in the software, you just open Lenovo Vantage and you go down to the Lenovo Spectrum down here. And there are different profiles. You can hit customize, and this shows you all the different options. So profile 1, profile 2 is just a single color blue. Profile 3 is disabling all the colors. Profile 4 is like a rainfall. And audio bounce lighting. So this is going to be, if you do audio, like play music, it'll do like a cool audio response. So I guess we could try that real quick. Let's just play a quick song. Peter Spacey Roar. Very cool. Let's try Faded on Half-Life. Very cool. It's kind of too bad you can't do audio bounce lighting horizontally. I think it looks a little better than doing it, I guess. What I mean is like up-down rather than left-right. Though it still looks pretty dang cool. All right, so let's go to Profile 2. All right, which is just the static blue lighting. And let's see if we can customize this one and see what options there are. So we'll just delete this one. We'll add a new effect. We'll drag over all of the keys and we'll do a new set effect. Whoa, there's a lot of set effects in here. Let's go ahead and zoom in on these set effects. So rainbow wave, screw rainbow. Let's try rainbow wave. And, oh, you can change it. Top to bottom, left to right. So let's go ahead and see what that looks like. Very nice. That looks classy as well. I do like that. Let's try left to right or right to left. That also looks nice. I mean, this keyboard looks nice. It is a very nice keyboard. Lots of cool things you can do here. Let's do audio ripple lighting. Let's play that music again. Oh, you can have it come out from the center. Interesting. Audio bounce lighting comes out from the left. Oh, you can't pick it. Whether you want it to come up from the top or bottom. That's too bad. All right, let's stop that. All right. Okay, that's color change. You can have it change to random colors. Though it is just staying one color so far. Okay, no, it is transitioning colors. Okay. Color pulse. smooth. It's going to go across, left, right. Rain is the ripple effect coming down. Ripple. This is typing. When you type, it's going to do it. Always one color. You can just pick the color you want it to be, like, you know, like a white. You can just make it a white backlight if you want a professional option. This is a great choice. Type lighting. So whatever key you press, it is lit up, becomes lit up. Aurora sync. This, I believe, is going to sync your keyboard to other RGB elements. Like you can have other lightings in other rooms or other, you know, RGB lighting, I think, through Aurora sync. Okay. And then, of course, there is the screw rainbow. So the screw rainbow is what I think probably looks the best on this keyboard. So we'll just leave it at that. All right. Awesome. So there is a lot of keyboard options for this laptop, and it looks good. All right. So it's a great keyboard backlight. It feels really good to type on this thing. And the key spacing and functionality on the keyboard is top notch. There's nothing really to complain about when it comes to the keyboard. Let's talk trackpad. So, there we go. All right. So the trackpad is, I think, compared to other 2024 laptops, maybe a little bit on the smaller side. Believe it or not. You know, like this is like it's a good sized trackpad. I like the trackpad, but like, you know, compared to almost all the other laptop, like the Zephyrus G16, like the Titan, the Galaxy Book 4 Edge I reviewed, like a lot of the premium laptops are going for extra large trackpads that go all the way to the edge. They're, you know, maybe a little more like 16:10 aspect ratios. I don't know. This seems like the same trackpad they've had on the laptop for a long time. This does feel like a glass trackpad. I don't know for sure if it is. Sometimes it's really hard to tell if it's glass or plastic, but I think it's glass. It could be plastic. Honestly, it's really hard to tell. When it's a high quality plastic one, it becomes a lot more difficult to tell the difference. And it puts the reviewers in interesting conundrums because manufacturers don't usually like to say. Okay, so Noah says it's glass. Exotic says it's a glass trackpad. It feels like glass. So that's good. I'm glad I could felt it. But like the Legion Pro 7i kind of felt like glass, and that one was plastic. So and this one's actually a cheaper laptop. But anyway, so very nice overall trackpad. It's got a nice click to it. It's just a little bit on the smaller side. You can't click the top about 10 to 15% of the trackpad. You cannot click. Okay, I can click right here. I can't click up here. Okay. Regarding flexing around the trackpad, there is a little bit of system flex when you click more like intensely. Okay. Size-wise, I just think it could be a little bit larger. Overall, really nice trackpad. I love it. In terms of functionality, like real-world use, honestly, it's an excellent trackpad. There's not much to complain about other than maybe it could be just a little bit bigger. The 2023 Pro 7i is plastic. Exotic says this laptop and the Legion 9i use glass trackpad and the rest are plastic. Interesting. Put heat on it and see. Oh my. Heat test for your trackpad. Oh my. So overall, I really like the trackpad. I give it like 9 out of 10 in terms of usability. Just upgrade the size and it'd be like about as good as it gets. So keyboard and trackpad, absolutely excellent. Almost nothing to complain about at all. Display nits, color gamut, and contrast. It's time to bust out the Spider 5 Elite. All right. And here we go. We're going to be testing this live today. Aurora Sync matches with your background. Yeah, they added it with the Gen 7. That's what I thought. It matches the background of the display on the laptop. I think that's what you're trying to say, which could make sense. Schism says, dang, you're coming in with the live reviews of all the laptops I was considering. This is the first review I've seen for the 7i-14700K. Well, this is actually the HX, but yeah, there's the K is the desktop equivalent. The HX is the laptop version of it. Okay, so I'll need to put in the code real quick. 1 second. I should just memorize this. Okay. All right, so we're at 100% brightness. Just let it tilt back. Schism says, if you could do for the final review, give your feedback on battery discharge rate on light load. So I talked about this a little bit already, but I would anticipate between 4 to 6 hours for typical web browsing. If you're fairly optimized, maybe even as low as 3 hours of web browsing if you're not very optimized. And then if you're really, really optimized with Wi-Fi off, Bluetooth off, brightness down, keyboard backlight off, all of that, you might be able to pull like 6 to 8 hours kind of in like an Office, Microsoft Word type note-taking scenario. Maybe even a little more, honestly, but probably not. The HX CPUs just take a lot of extra battery. So it's just one thing to expect with the HX CPUs is that you're going to get lower levels of battery life compared to the Core Ultra from Intel. The HX CPUs are really performance focused, and they do deliver more performance than the Core Ultra 7 and Core Ultra 9. So it's just a trade-off. You get less battery life with them. So, and if you RAM, like I ran Cinebench R24 for a 10-minute loop, and I came back to the laptop a few minutes after it was done today in battery mode, and it took out 25% of the battery in that time. So yeah, you can kill the battery on this thing real quick when you're under max load. Like it was pushing, I think, about 100 watts of power through the total system, for total system discharge doing that. And yeah, it was going to kill the battery in about an hour total time. So yeah, shows you the difference between the X Elite that I reviewed a couple days ago. You know, and this thing at that max wattage output was only just, I think it was almost matching the X Elite exactly, like 950 or something, or 940, and X Elite's 930. So almost the exact same level of performance on battery life between this HX CPU and that X Elite. But the X Elite's going to last for many hours or several hours at the same constant throughput. Rather, this is only lasting an hour at that kind of throughput. So yeah, if you really need productivity on battery life, that's where the X Elite really shines. But that's not really a gaming system. It's totally different type of a setup and totally different type of user for that. So here we are. Let's see what we got. Keep in mind the Spider 5 Elite I have here underestimates color gamut by about 7-ish%. Okay, so add 7% to the color gamut percentages if you want the most accurate value. And I'm not just saying that just to like make laptops look better or whatever. It's what I've seen consistently after testing like 60 plus laptops in the last couple of years with it. 93% sRGB, which means 100% of sRGB coverage. That's good. 78% Adobe, 79% of the P3 color gamut. So this is just barely hitting the 100% sRGB color window space here. You can see we're basically right inside of that color space. So you're looking at, like, from a video editing perspective and Photoshop graphic design perspective, 100% sRGB is good, but it doesn't give you the full color saturation or color gamut that, say, like an OLED TV would give you. So you're not quite seeing all the colors that what your final product might be viewed on in terms of the final display output, which is why I typically would recommend a more colorful display if you want the best kind of display for video editing and Photoshop type of work. And there is a display upgrade for the Legion 7i. If you really like this laptop and you want the display upgrade, you'll have to get the config that comes with the 3.2K display. 503 nits display on the brightness. That is excellent. That is brighter than all of the OLED displays that I have tested. Those are coming in at 400 nits. So that's really, really good. It's going to make it easier to see this matte display in bright environments. Even in daylight, this will show up better than the OLED displays, which are usually glossy, which will make it even harder to see those. 900 to 1 contrast ratio is about average for a gaming laptop. It's not that great. It's not terrible. It's not good. It's just kind of average. So overall, this display is going to be 240 hertz refresh rate, great for gaming. The color gamut is great for gaming. 100% sRGB is enough for the vast majority of gamers to be happy. But even I prefer gaming on a more color saturated display. So if I were to order this as my laptop, I probably would go for that 3.2K display if I can swing it financially. Okay. Let's go ahead and move on to the next segment. Well, let's give you a color example with this LG. We'll need to mute the audio. Oops. Close this. Make this bigger. We are doing 4K. Let's go ahead and resume back. Okay. So nice thing about this machine is there will not be any bloom to the mouse. Okay. Notice there's no bloom around the mouse. That's because it's an IPS display. Not doing a backlighted display means that there's no bloom, but the blacks on the display are not going to be nearly as black, not nearly as contrasty looking as an OLED or mini LED display. So there's trade-offs there. Overall, the colors, they still look good. This is still an enjoyable display to use for consuming content, creating content, gaming. All of that is still going to be quite good on this machine. Okay. Time to evaluate the laptop control software. Let's go into Lenovo Vantage. It's pretty much the entirety of the control software. I really like that there's only one area pretty much for that you have to deal with on this laptop. You don't have to deal with like 4 different applications like you do with MSI. Asus, you have to deal with 2 different applications. This one, pretty much everything's in one area except maybe the BIOS if you want to do some more advanced options. Okay. All right. Here we go. So, from a performance perspective, what you're gonna probably, the main area you need to change for your performance stuff is right here. Okay. You've got, if you click on this, you'll have different performance modes. You can go to performance mode, balanced mode, quiet, and a custom mode. Custom mode allows you to set individual power limits and fan speeds. So you can set a custom fan profile curve. So if you want the fans to ramp up more aggressively, you could say go here, here, and boom. Now you want full max fans, even if the laptop doesn't need to, just to keep temperatures extra low. But that's going to make fan noise louder than it technically would need to be. So that's the downside. Okay. you can also just hit full here, and that's going to just ramp the fans all the way to 100%. I believe all the time. Yeah, they are turning on. They're not instant. It's interesting. Enable extreme mode to improve your performance. Temperatures on your computer and fan noise might increase, so you can enable extreme mode if you want. Interesting. Interesting. When you enable extreme mode, this is the first time I've seen this in Lenovo Vantage. I have not tested this. I did not do my tests, my performance tests that I've done already with this. Enable extreme mode. Let's see what that does. Okay. Let's just, since you can learn along with me as we find out what that does. It probably is what you want to do if you want to go for the most performance. Probably it probably sets everything to max for you automatically, is my guess. So let's just go to performance mode first, and we'll do a baseline. We'll get our baseline for our CPU power pull and wattage, temps, and also what the actual value is that we get from Cinebench R23. So let's just start with this. So this is going to slam the CPU with a whole bunch of workload. This doesn't take too long. This will give us our short-term power pull. I do wish they would offer a 4080, a 4090 version with the 130 watt exotic. I think that would be really sweet. Like the kind of the Zephyrus G16, but like the Lenovo version of it, like a thinner, lighter, more portable 4080, 4090. I think it'd be sweet. Okay, so let's just take a look at what our power, pull, and performance looks like. Looks like we're hitting 2.8 gigahertz on the P cores, 2.3 gigahertz on the E cores. We did ramp higher than this though for a period of time. Looks like we already ramped down from that. So let's just stop it for a second. Max power pull on the CPU was 142 watts. So we were able to pull a whole bunch of wattage through this system in just performance mode. Let's see, now that we've let the system kind of stop for a moment, let's start again and let's monitor this actively. So max wattage pull, 141 watts, 197 watts. The powerometer, pull this forward, is showing, it was showing 200 something on there for a second. Yeah, it looks like it downclocks after only like 20 seconds. Let's just see what the actual boost clocks are right at the beginning. Let's see. So looking at the boost clocks right here, 3.89 on the P cores, and now it's already at 2.8. So yeah, that's not very long at the high level of power. So you can see that in performance mode, we're looking at around 70 watts of power going through the CPU on a more consistent basis, okay? So that's not bad. That's not amazing. That's like pretty, I guess, I'm not going to say mid, but like it's like medium level of potential performance. So let's stop this. Let's actually get a measurement for a single run. And also, I want to make sure process less so is going for these, and we are prioritizing Cinebench R23. Okay. All right. Now we are going to run this for Cinebench R23 and get our general run value. All right, so the fans have ramped down. We will just stay right here on Cinebench R23 window. This will give us the best case scenario pretty much for performance mode. And then we'll go tick that extreme performance button and see the difference and see if there is a difference. Right now, you can see the total system draw 191 watts of power. Now the system draw is dropping down to 160. And we got 23,888. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. We'll run it one more time. Give us a little bit more realistic of a consistent use case where it's not ramping at the very beginning, because this thing ramps down really quickly in performance mode. You can see we're doing 201 watts. Now we're down to 160 watts, about halfway through the run. Super interesting that you can see the wattage pull difference right on the fly like that. I like this powerometer. It's pretty handy. Yeah, I can hear those fans going. Yeah, we'll be doing fan testing and speaker testing here in a moment. I'm just 22,400. All right, let's go ahead and just flip on custom mode, extreme performance mode enabled. All right, we're in extreme performance mode. Let's let the fans ramp down for like 5 seconds, 10 more seconds. All right. Now let's see what we get. All right, looking at the power pull here, 230 watts. We're pulling the full power adapter wattage there for a moment. Went to the max. Notice that the fans are not ramping up to max yet. We're probably thermal throttling hard right now. That'd be my guess. And the fans are ramped up now. I feel like Lenovo should ramp the fans a little bit harder, a little quicker. 24,878. That's pretty sweet. Let's go ahead and reset this. All right, we're going to let the temps come down. Currently at 74 degrees, so let's just let the CPU temp come on down. Can you come on down? You're still 74. Why are you 74? You shouldn't be so hot anymore. 55. I mean, it's no problem having it be that warm. You can see the core temps here are 50s, which is what I would expect. But the package, for some reason, well, the package here says 58. Wonder why this something is running a little bit warmer, but let's go ahead and ramp it now. Let's monitor. Clock speed, temps. Fan is still quiet. We're maxed out on our core temp right here on P Core 5. 3.8 gigahertz, 3.2 on the E cores. That CPU is going to town. It is going much faster than before. Temperatures are also honestly pretty good on most of the cores, but a couple of the cores are reaching thermal throttle. 24,714. Okay, so yeah, honestly, if you could just enable extreme mode and enable max fans at the same time, you could probably get a little better score, honestly. Either way, this is the essential area where you control the software. Very interesting new addition to Lenovo Vantage there. Let's go ahead and go over everything important about Lenovo Vantage. So, software update. This is where you can install the BIOS. You can see there's been 2 system BIOS updates since I got the laptop. Macro key, this is you can do macro key creation. Power, you can set the battery charging capacity to not go to 100% right away. If you want to do go to 80%, then at the end of the night, it goes to 100% before you pick the laptop up. Conservation mode, it'll never go above 80%, which is going to help protect your battery life overall for your lithium-ion battery. Flip to start, enable you to turn your computer on when you open the computer lid, which is, these are some of the options we saw in the BIOS. Lenovo Vantage toolbar, you can turn that on and off. Lenovo Vantage widget, you can turn that on and off. Under audio, you can adjust the microphone volume. Nice. So you could amp the audio and the mic right in here. That might help with our audio recording quality. You can do brightness and contrast. You can also enable and disable auto exposure. That's pretty sweet. Input and accessories, intelligent keyboard functions. So you can, this is your FN lock, enable disabling it. Advanced settings, super resolution. So enabling video kind of upscaling. Intelligent gestures. So scrolling up and down on the left side and right side, you can have that to turn your display brightness. It's not working. Oh, it's only in full screen mode. So you have to have like a video playing in full screen or something, and then it'll work. So that is actually a pretty cool feature, though. All right. So those are some settings in the smart settings. Let's go back to the device page. Legion Arena. This is this other app. Access your entire game library in one place. Basically, it's another launcher. We already went through that section. Hardware scan. Nahimic allows you to control your audio if you wish to. And by default, there's bass, treble, boosts enabled. X-Rite Color Assist. This is a color profile that you can pick sRGB color profile. The default one is like, it's like the color calibration from Lenovo. By default, it's enabled. Does this have Tobii eye tracking? It does have Tobii eye tracking. Nice. So you can use this to enhance your gaming experience for games like Elite Dangerous if you want to look in a cockpit type environment, which is pretty cool. Esports. FPS display shows the FPS frame rate. Interesting. You can also enable a crosshair now in Lenovo Vantage. That's pretty cool. This is another new thing. Dynamic response time. Enable dynamic response time to accelerate the liquid crystal speed, reduce blurring of moving images, text, and enhance the clarity of outlines. Let's try turning it on. Let's see what that's like. Avatar, I don't think you need to worry about your Lenovo avatar. Other settings in here. You got your keyboard backlight, brightness for your Lenovo Spectrum settings, which we already went over that earlier. Thermal mode, like I said, you can change this. There is an AI engine if you want to have it tune the CPU, GPU performance. I haven't really seen this to benefit you very much. I don't really recommend necessarily using this. Usually you can get better performance out of custom mode and enabling all the power limits to the right settings for whatever gameplay you're trying to focus on, either CPU or GPU. And performance mode in general is going to give you, I think, a better overall boost. That said, if you don't want to think about things and you're a newbie, there's nothing wrong with going to balance mode and enabling Legion AI engine. It probably will not steer you wrong, and it'll probably give you a nice blend of fan acoustics with performance. CPU overclocking. This is where you can undervolt the CPU, and you could, let's see here, core voltage offset right here. So you could reduce the core voltage offset, cache offset, efficiency cores offset. If you want to do some undervolting, you can do that inside of here. We will not be doing undervolting today. GPU overclock. You can set your overclock. Almost all NVIDIA GPUs will be able to overclock 100 to 200, 100/200 for the core clock and VRAM. You can set this up to 200 and 400, and it'll probably be just fine. You might get some crashes at 200. You could always ramp this down to like, say, 150 or so, and that would probably also be stable with nearly all RTX 4060s, but some of them still might crash at 150. We'll just be leaving it at the default 100/200. Network boosting and auto close. Auto close apps you don't want when launching a game, so you could, have, I don't know, certain work apps or something closed down if you don't want them to impact performance. GPU working mode, you can set it to be hybrid, which allows you to switch between integrated and dedicated graphics for better battery or higher levels of performance. Hybrid iGPU only mode, only use integrated graphics card. This minimizes power consumption and noise and suited to scenarios with low graphics performance requirements. All right. Sorry that my doggo is barking. Hybrid iGPU mode. Basically, this allows you to save battery life. Let's say you want to do some lightweight gaming in a 2D arcade game, and you don't want to kill your battery life using the NVIDIA GPU. So you can switch it over to the integrated GPU, and you'll get some pretty good gaming performance in really, really lightweight titles. Hybrid auto mode, when charging the computer, uses both cards in hybrid mode. When connected to a standard power adapter, the system switches to hybrid iGPU only mode. This mode is suited to computers that frequently switch between power supply modes. Interesting. DGPU mode, if your laptop is loading the wrong GPU or your integrated GPU is causing problems for some reason, and you don't want to deal with switching your GPU settings, you can go to DGPU mode and it'll only use the NVIDIA GPU. So basically, the hybrid iGPU mode is also very nice for making sure the NVIDIA GPU does not turn on and drain your battery life when you're trying to get the maximum battery life. So I would recommend this when you're trying to get max battery life and when you're trying to make sure your integrated GPU is not being used for games. You can go to DGPU mode, but you don't really need to do that because hybrid mode should work 99% of the time to give you maximum performance. So usually you're probably going to switch between these two modes, most likely. Okay, touchpad lock. You can enable and disable the touchpad right there. Rapid charge. This is going to, if you enable this, it's going to basically charge the laptop a little bit faster, but it's also going to hurt the quality of the longevity of your lithium-ion battery a little bit from ramming electricity in there so fast. Wi-Fi security. I guess there's some additional Wi-Fi security features in here. Interesting. Adaptive refresh rate. You can enable and disable this inside of here. And that's going to up and down your refresh rate on your laptop. I don't know if that's going to proactively do that on the fly. Let's see. I think it's just going to stay at 240 hertz, but I'm pretty sure it'll drop to 60 hertz when on battery if you have adaptive refresh rate checked. Okay, so that's the Lenovo Vantage software. That's pretty much everything you need to know about it. I guess except for maybe custom mode. Custom mode is a way to set the individual power limits on your CPU and also how much dynamic boost will go from your GPU to CPU. So, you want the maximum performance. Usually you click the thing on the far right and set all the sliders to the right. That's usually the case. There may be GPU to CPU dynamic boost. You may want to set that to 0 if you want to maximize your GPU performance. If you want to maximize your CPU performance, you want to set this to the right. GPU CGTGP. This sets your maximum graphics power to 115. And dynamic boost added in will bring it up to a maximum of 140. So, very nice. We're going to go to performance mode. All right. And that's what we're going to do our GPU performance testing and everything in today. Let's see here. Next up is speaker test with decibel meter. And then we're doing our fan speed testing. You can hear those fans ramping really loud. Let me check what chat is saying. I might buy a 5090 MSI Titan or whatever the Titan laptop's going to be called for the 5090. Interesting. Lenovo software is so much cleaner than Asus Armory Crate. I would say they're about the same levels of cleanness. I don't know. I guess Lenovo Vantage may look a little bit more business profesh. And like UI design maybe a little bit better. But in some ways it can also be a little confusing about what does that button do and which way should I really set that, you know. So, and an Armory Crate is, I think, maybe a little less confusing in some ways. I don't know. But overall, I do really like the Lenovo Vantage software. It works well. It's clean. It's pretty simple, and everything pretty much is located in a central location. So really like that. Nomadic says, currently talking from a G14 2023 that you reviewed in depth and made and very interested in as well. Thank you. So thanks so much for stopping by, Nomadic. Okay, let's get into the speaker test. Let's see how good these speakers are. Based on my initial tests so far, honestly, I'm not thinking it's going to be very good. Yeah, they seem super low volume for some reason. All right, so we'll scoot this back. We'll need to zoom out. I'm gonna grab our decibel meter here. A bit of a stretch. So we're gonna set the decibel meter right in front of the laptop, as we always do. We're gonna make sure our volume is set to max. It is. And we already know Nahimic Boost, Audio Boost is enabled. So, bingo. All right, so first up we have Peter Spacey Roar, and I'm gonna move the mic right in front of the laptop. Let's see what the audio is like. First, let's get a bass. Just under 42, so 41.8 for our decibel bass level reading. Peter Spacey Roar. Here we go. That is pretty quiet speakers. Pretty quiet. There is a little bass there. It's not bassless, but it's not super bassy and it's not very high volume. Faded A on Half-Life. Let's see if it's any better for those mids and highs. Okay, so it's got a pleasant sound, all right, but the overall volume it's in the 70s. Usually Faded A on Half-Life is in the mid 80s for decibel meter, and that's a pretty big difference. Decibel meters are an exponential volume metric. So Deuce Williams, La La Love You Like, let's see how this audio sounds. I love you like la 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 la. I love you like la 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 la. I love you like la. Okay, all right. So these speakers, clarity-wise, the speakers are pretty average. Volume-wise, they're like, compared to most premium laptops, they're below average. They're just like, they're above like the budget laptop speakers you sometimes see, but it's not a high-end speaker by any means. Okay, this is like, it's real sad because like this is one area where I would hope that Lenovo would put some effort into for this laptop because it is a more expensive laptop compared to the the more budget-friendly models. And speakers is one of the areas where you hope it's a higher quality. But this is pretty much like what I would say is probably the same speakers as like the Legion Pro 5 or Pro 5i. Or it's pretty. I don't know. I'm gonna give them like a 7.8-ish rating. They're pretty. They could be improved a lot. And for some reason, the total volume is also fairly low. I don't know. It seems like they're even like the software or something is tuning them to be extra quiet. But maybe that's just because they don't want to blow them out or something. I don't know. I figured that they would actually be able to get louder based on what we saw on the internals, but it just didn't get very loud at all. Okay, so let's move into the fan noise testing. How does it compare to the Asus Zephyrus G16 2024? The Zephyrus G16 2024 is way better. The speakers on the Zephyrus G16 2024 is some of the best laptop speakers I have ever tested. So you gotta, if you really want high quality laptop speakers, the Zephyrus G14 and G14 and G16 for 2024 are really good for a gaming laptop. Rod says, are you going to review the Gen 9 Legion Pro 7i with 1400HX and 4090? I just got my brand new for 2600 USD with tax. That's a really good deal. I don't know if we'll be able to get to review that one this year or not. Because there's very little difference between the 2023 and 2024 version. You could pretty much watch my 2023 versions. The only difference might be the display, and the CPU is slightly better, maybe. So other than that, it's going to be super similar. All right, so we're going to do a custom run in TimeSpy. This is going to constantly tax the Legion 7i to give it a tough, like a really tough thing to do. So it basically will force the CPU and GPU to be under load nonstop. And that's going to give us how much, it'll basically ramp the fans up to whatever is expected to be like their maximum. Let's get Afterburner going so we can see our power limits and CPU performance and all that as well in the background. So let's go ahead and get some baseline numbers. This is performance mode. All right, so performance mode, temperatures are looking fantastic right now. In the 70s for both the CPU and the GPU. 110 watts of power to the 4060 is going to give it pretty much maximum possible performance. Pretty much, maybe a slight, you ramp another 30 watts in there, you might get a little more performance, but we'll see with custom mode if we get any more wattage in there or not. Sometimes the GPU, you can tell it to try to run to 140, but it won't actually run it because it doesn't really need to ramp it. I really like that the i7 is not pulling too much wattage here. It doesn't really need to pull too much wattage in TimeSpy. So it's great to see that Lenovo has done a good job optimizing the power pull for the CPU in performance mode to keep temperatures in check. And temperature on the GPU has honestly come down from the initial startup because the fan ramped up and brought the temps down. It's really good. Really good blend of CPU, GPU temperatures and performance right now in performance mode. So let's go ahead and see how loud these fans are. Keep in mind our baseline decibel is 41.8. All right, so let's see how loud the fans are now. So just a little under 52 decibels, like 51.8 to 52 decibels for performance mode. That gives you the full performance of the laptop. 52 decibels is definitely noticeable fans, but if you're using headphones, there's going to be pretty quiet fans overall for max performance, or at least pretty close to peak performance. Custom mode, as you know, will probably get us a little bit more performance. Let's go to balanced mode now and see how that affects our performance. So balanced mode, let me scoot this over just a hair and zoom this in just a little bit more. Wow, balanced mode really neuters the RTX 4060 down to 70 to 80 watts range for the GPU, 40 watts to the CPU. Seems like this is a more CPU focused fan profile than performance mode is. It's kind of unnecessarily ramping the CPU a little bit there. 70 watts to the GPU is not going to give us the full performance for the 4060. It'll give us about 85% of the performance for the 4060. Overall, you'll still be able to game on this mode, no problem, but you'll have a noticeable degradation in performance in balanced mode. Let's see how loud these fans are. Keep in mind, the temps are looking really good. Okay. Abdullah says, I don't think they'll add the new Ryzen AI HX to the G14 because it is already has the Ryzen. They did add G16 because they had Intel, so I don't think they'll do it for the G14. I hope we get a review of it here. Yeah, so the initial leaked benchmarks for the new Ryzen AI HX supposedly show a 15% uplift in performance, at least in some way. So maybe there'll be a nice performance jump for like gaming, for like CPU bound gaming, maybe. But I don't anticipate a huge performance jump by any means. Okay, so overall, things are looking good for our performance level. Let's see how loud the fans are now. .3 decibels. That's going to be noticeably quieter. Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. Let's go to quiet mode. Honestly, I was hoping that the 4060 would get closer to 100 watts in balanced mode. So I'm a little sad that they neutered the GPU wattage so hard. But I mean, you'll still be able to game on it, and that's the most important thing. And it did make the fans a lot quieter, so it did do its job. It's just, I feel like they should have done a little bit less CPU power pull, and let the GPU fly a little bit better. Here we go. Let's see how loud quiet mode is. Well, quiet mode is dropping us to 55 watts. That's going to be a noticeable reduction in performance. You're looking at probably only 70% performance total out of that, and the CPU only 20 watts. That's going to really cap your CPU performance in quiet mode for CPU bound gaming. That said, the fans are almost completely inaudible. Let's see how loud the fans are now. So from 41.8 to 42.7, so adding 1 decibel of fan noise with quiet mode. All right, and now we're going to ramp the fans to max in Lenovo Vantage software and see what we go to. Okay, so we're in performance mode. Let's just ramp everything over here. We're doing max. Max performance. Max fans. Let's see what the CPU, GPU pull and how loud the fans get. You can really hear those fans ramping up. power meter, you can see the total AC power draw on the power adapter. 230 watt power adapter, we're almost pulling the peak capacity from that power adapter. 108 watts. We're getting the same GPU boost clock. I think we're gonna get the same performance that we did in performance mode, except our CPU is ramped higher. So if you're doing a CPU demanding game, you might get more FPS and a little bit higher 1% low performance here in custom mode. CPU, GPU temps are in the 70s, despite pulling quite a bit more wattage to the CPU. So that's really nice to see. Let's see how loud the fans are in max fan mode. .8 decibels of fan noise is quite noisy. We got ourselves a little jet engine here. And part of the noise, I'm guessing here, is that only 2 fan exhausts means that those fans really got to work hard. Shoot a lot of air through 2 narrow gaps. So relatively speaking, it might cause a little bit more of a whistling sound to be able to move the same amount of air. Okay, so going back to performance mode, the main difference between performance mode and max fan mode, custom max fan mode, is that you're gonna get a little bit more CPU power pull, which is gonna make performance of CPU bound games or relatively CPU bound games a little bit better. All right, so this is performance mode once more, and you can see the power pull is down from 215 or 212 or something to 185, 190, 197, 195. So we're pulling about 20 watts less on the system because we're not in that custom mode. Interesting. All right. Let me check chat. 80 decibels is super loud. That's me talking. I have a super loud voice. Thank you. Yes. Okay. i7-14700HX RAM speed test is next. Let's get into some performance benchmark action. So we've already measured this. I've done like to speed things up. I have already pre-measured this using i7-14700. There's a link in the description if you want to do your own test. But thanks to i7-14700 for not sponsoring this episode, but they do provide access to the software so I can use it for testing. So thank you to them. Okay, so 83 megabits per second, 83,000, really good. 62, pretty good. 68, pretty good. Latency of 84 nanoseconds, pretty good. All of these are pretty good for the RAM speed. Nothing really amazing to write home about in terms of, especially like the overall speeds. Like the Kingston Fury Impact RAM would be a noticeable upgrade, bringing you over 100K on all 3 of these, I believe, or at least in the 90s. So it'd be a noticeable upgrade if you did upgrade your RAM to the Kingston Fury Impacts. But honestly, this RAM's fast enough to where you probably would not notice the difference anyway, unless it's a very RAM-sensitive game or application. All right, so Cinebench R23 10-minute test. This is what we got. So keep in mind that this was done in performance mode, okay? Performance mode with auto fans, 21,736, 20,060 for single, all right? Pretty dang good scores. These are good scores for especially performance mode auto fans. You know, if you do custom mode with max fans, you could probably push this into the 23,000, 24,000 range for the multi-score. And if you undervolt it, you might be able to push it up to 26K, which would be very good. All right. Maybe 27K if you get a good CPU. Crystal Disk Mark. We've got ourselves a really fast SSD in here. The SK Hynix SSD does 7,000 read, 2,200 for the write. The write's not that fast. but the read is extremely fast, which is most important for gaming anyway. Honestly, anything over about 500 megabytes per second is just not, it's going to be hard to tell the difference, all right? Cinebench R24, 10-minute test. For Cinebench R24, we're looking at 10,547 for the RTX 4060, 1296 for the CPU multi-score. Keep in mind, this is pulling in performance mode. You can get higher numbers in custom mode with max fans. 121 for the single core is obviously quite good as well. So multi-core and GPU score are looking good. Not necessarily the most amazing, but pretty dang good. Now, I did do a Cinebench R24 multi-score on battery mode just today before, because I was curious to see how it would line up with the Qualcomm Snapdragon X Elite. And on battery mode, 943 is almost identical to what the Snapdragon X Elite does on battery mode, but the battery on this, the whole system wattage pull was like 80 to 90 to 100 watts to be able to pull this multi-score off. And it would kill the battery in about an hour running this benchmark, okay? Well, the X Elite could do it about 2.5 to 3 hours. For the same type of benchmark at the same level of performance. So gives you an idea of performance on battery life right there. And let's see here. Any other screenshots worth sharing? I don't think so. Let me make sure for our next, I believe we're going to do some time spy testing next. And we already did Cinebench R23. I showed you those results and I showed you the power pull, but so basically, Cinebench R23, honestly, from a CPU perspective, I was hoping Cinebench R23 would pull more consistent wattage. If we go to, let's just try custom mode, full fan speed. Let's let this thing fly, all right? Let's let it fly. Let's let the birdie wings out and let it soar, okay? Let's see what we can pull on a consistent basis. We'll close down the excess applications for CPU optimization. Whoa! 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 Hello. I think we just crashed the system, friends. Wow. I'm guessing we had a system shut off to pulling too much power. The power overload. All right. It didn't like that. We were trying to let it fly, but it crashed on us. Oh my. Can't handle all this power. Okay, fingerprint sensor worked. Okay. Even though that's too funny. Okay. All right. Well, it's still in custom mode. It still remembered that we were in custom mode because the fans are flying. We'll try it again. Let's see if we can fly one more time. So did the power brick overvolt protect? I don't think the power brick. You could check the what do you want to call it? The instant replay on the live stream if you want, and see what kind of power pull we were pulling when it did that. I'm curious actually, but I'm guessing. We were doing 225 watts through the power adapter when we crashed. I'm guessing that the CPU overheated or the VRMs on the motherboard or something, and it caused the system to overload. Because a power adapter crashing is not usually going to do that. CPU max temp is at 96 degrees, 97 degrees. I'm guessing since we set all the sliders to max, it's no longer, it's probably, yeah, it instantly shuts off probably if the CPU gets to 100 degrees Celsius. That's probably what's happening. So that's my guess. We're pulling 240 now though. Yeah, well the power adapter, if the power adapter goes out, like let's say the power adapter overloads, right? That doesn't make the laptop itself shut off. It just makes the laptop go into battery mode. And that'll reduce our performance significantly. Interesting. So I pressed the power button to turn the laptop on, and it logged me into Windows, remembering my fingerprint from pressing the power button. That's pretty dang nice. So what we're going to go into, we're going to go custom mode. We're going to go to... let me go here. Here. Okay, so this is what we're going to want to change right here. CPU temperature limit. Let's just take this down to 96, 97, okay? My guess is that when we got all the way to 100, the system shut off in the BIOS. It probably says 100 degrees Celsius. We got to instantly turn off the system. That's my prediction. I think that's the only thing that we'll need to change, but I could be wrong. We'll see. We'll try it one more time. If we shut off this time, then we'll, I don't know, maybe just not. Oh, let me stop it. Got to pull up HW info first. Maybe we won't let this birdie fly to its full potential. We'll just let performance mode reign, I guess. Okay, so let's try again. Here we go. All right. So we're already thermal throttling within a second of starting. All right. 97, 97. On multiple cores, 97 degrees. 146 watts of power pull is insane. We haven't crashed. We crashed last time at this point already. Very nice, very nice. And we got 26,919. Shabam! And that actually beats a lot of the i9 14900HXs on the market. Interesting. Even though those have 8 additional E-cores compared to this one. So that's really phenomenal performance right there. Okay. But I mean, we're just pushing, that's a short-term boost. We would not be able to do that consistently by any means. And honestly, it's probably honestly pretty safe to do this. The thing is, you probably would not want to do this. I don't know. Like this is a lot of power going through the system here. 150 watts consistently. I mean, you can. I don't think you're going to hurt your system. I don't think, but it's probably not recommended by Lenovo to do this. I don't know. It's so funny that, yeah. I hope they don't get mad at me for showing this. Showing the full power of their system. I mean, it's impressive, all right? The Intel i7-14700HX should be safe well beyond 100 degrees Celsius, and it should be safe to run these temps consistently. That said, we're not going to get this level of performance on a consistent basis. We're already down to 105 watts, okay? So you can run up to that level of performance for a short period of time, and now we're dropped down to 105 watts, and now we're going to see what we are actually going to get on a more consistent basis. And this would definitely be a lot safer to run nonstop. 23,572. We'll let this run nonstop here, and this is a good baseline right here. This test will give you a good baseline. What kind of 10-minute? This would be a very similar to a 10-minute score for a long-term 10-minute score, I think. And this is without any undervolting. So considering we managed to bust 27K with no undervolting, goodness, 23.5 again, 23.5. So, you know, we were able to get 27K without undervolting. Adding undervolting, you might be able to bust 30K with this i7. That would be a pretty insane, very insane benchmark score for Cinebench R23. Okay, very nice. Glad we could let this little birdie fly. Let's go ahead and do Time Spy now and see what we get. I'm expecting around the 10,000. You know, the 10,000 mark. And for this, we're going to go to just do performance mode, GPU overclock. All right. Beautiful. There are 4K OLED laptops, just not really practical at the moment. 4K is kind of useless. They take a lot of power, but 2.8K is perfect. Yeah, I mean, I think 2.6K with a QHD plus display is just about perfect for me, at least. Laptop keeps switching between Optimus and NVIDIA GPU. Advanced Optimus going back and forth, basically. So let's just set it to NVIDIA GPU for now, so we don't have to deal with that delay from loading. Time Spy. Run. Do we have Afterburner running? I'm sure Afterburner is turned on. We did crash a couple times, so we got to make sure it's open. 3.2K is perfect. 3.2K, I mean, 3.2K is good. It still seems like overkill for me. I have good eyesight, and I cannot see the pixels on my Blade 18. And my Blade 18 is, you know, the QHD plus. But, I mean, if you like to sit closer to your display, and you like to... if you like to sit closer and you have really good vision, then 3.2K is fine. In terms of gaming performance, I like QHD a little better because 3.2K is quite a bit bigger demand on the GPU, so it cuts into your FPS quite a bit. But if you have a 4090 or 4080, it'll still put out good enough frames to run at 3.2K, no problem, most of the time. Okay, here we are. Performance mode. We're pulling 180 watts total system power, 185. 110 on the GPU. We got that GPU boost overclock, bringing us at 2670 for our GPU boost clock. CPU is running very efficiently at just under 30 watts. Temperatures are excellent in the 70s. We're getting a nice, steady, consistent frame time graph, which is perfect. We're looking at a supremely well-tuned RTX 4060 gaming experience from this Time Spy the start of the Time Spy benchmark so far. Is it possible to lock it into iGPU only mode for non-gaming sessions for extra long battery life? Incognito, yes, we did show that in Lenovo Vantage software. There's 4 different modes that you can do for using Advanced Optimus, but that's in the Lenovo Vantage area. Nomadic says, honestly, I would prefer a 1920 by 1200 for a 14-inch as PPI, not people, as pixels per inch is not that small. 2560 by 1600 is kind of overkill. I agree. 14-inch, 1920 by 1200 looks good. and it reduces the demand on the GPU significantly to where an RTX 4070 can really deliver a great gaming, or a 4060 can deliver a great high FPS gaming experience. So, yeah, pneumatic, I think that's the better option, but people are pretty obsessed with resolution these days, and they would rather go get a QHD display. So that's what manufacturers are putting in their 14-inch laptops these days. I think for still images and for video, like watching 4K movies and stuff, you can see slightly better detail at the higher resolution. But for gaming at 1920 by 1200 is better. What's up, Britt Allen? I see you got the member badge there still, sir. Thank you so much for the support. That's awesome. You guys can join if you want to join the channel membership and help support me and my team that put out our content. So CPU only mode right now, CPU test for TimeSpy. Hoping the overlay will pop up and let us see what kind of wattage pull. You can see we almost pulled 200 watts there with the power meter. I like this little power meter. It's always running. It lets us know what the laptop's pulling. Okay, wow. Over 11,000. I was expecting, a typical RTX 4060 does 10,500. We got that nice little overclock enabled, so we got over 11,000. That's very, very good. CPU score, 17,165. That is a great CPU score for an i7 CPU for TimeSpy. So we should have excellent gameplay performance in CPU-bound games such as, Apex Legends, Counter-Strike, and other games like that, League of Legends, Valorant, etc. And the graphics score, 11,051, will get us to ultra settings on the vast majority of games at QHD, but you might need to tune it down in certain titles. We'll see. We're about to get into our game benchmarking now. Baldur's Gate or Apex Legends, our first game. Let's get into it. Are you going to stream more often? Well, I've got several. So I was gone to Mexico for a vacation, and then I was gone to Taiwan for a little over 2 weeks, and couldn't really stream all 3 of those weeks basically in a row. And now there's, I currently don't have any plans to travel. I guess I got one trip in July, going back up to Oregon to visit family. And then, yeah, then I should be able to stream consistently until then. At least 2 streams a week is the goal. And we've got the XMG Neo 16 with water cooling, the new 2024 version coming in the mail. They just emailed me today saying they're sending it soon. And their new Fusion 15, which is their thinner, lighter version of the Neo 16, basically, but it's like a 15-inch chassis. But no water cooling, just air-cooled only. Those are going to be reviewed soon. And we also have the Gigabyte G6X, which is their more budget-friendly, but moderately priced, but also decent. It's like a blend of premium and budget put together, kind of like the newer Acer laptops. All right, so to start off with, we're going to do high settings. And I hit restore defaults, but I don't think it actually restored, right? No, it did not. Good. Okay. We gotta make sure our mouse and other settings are set correctly. All right, so we got to reposition everything real quick. Bring everything down, in and closer, so I can control the mouse and play at the same time. Okay, so here we are on the shooting range. We have a 240 hertz display, so ideally we'd like to average around 240 hertz if possible, but I don't think we're going to get there quite with this RTX 4060.
Maybe on low settings, it'll be close. Let's go ahead and shoot a couple people here. 130 FPS on average, 81 for our 1% lows. Frame time graph is looking really nice and steady. 98 watts, 95 watts. Temperatures are looking great. High GPU utilization, which means that we are basically CPU bound. All right. Yeah, right. That means we are GPU bound. Yes, we are GPU bound on high settings. Sorry, got that backwards. We are GPU bound because we're 100% utilizing the GPU. If we had a more powerful GPU, then we'd get more FPS on high settings. Sorry, said that backwards. Things are looking very good. Do we have G-Sync on this display? I think we do. Let's verify that. Go into the control panel. G-Sync. We do have G-Sync and it is enabled. So very nice. Gameplay feels good. It looks good. We'll reset our average. We'll kill one more guy here. So 126 and 100. Let's go to low settings and see how we do. Our FPS did not go up too much. Interesting. Difference between low settings and high settings. Not too big of a difference in terms of FPS. All right. Still, this is very good gameplay experience. Things are very responsive. It's crystal clear looking image to my eyes. I do wish we were getting over 240 FPS, but you're going to need to get a more powerful GPU if you want to pull that kind of FPS, I think. $150, $125. Let's go into a game now and see what kind of performance we get in an actual match. Raji says, do you think in the next 3 years or 2 water cooling will be coming to these category like the $2,000 laptops? Interesting, Raj. I'm not sure. Probably the best way to get a water-cooled laptop now for close to 2,000 would probably be looking for a used XMG Neo 16 or 17 in the used market. You could probably get one for around that price. At this point, I don't know. Or the Electronics Mech 16 or 17. So Pneumatic says, I have the MacBook Pro 15 2017 and a G14 2023, and both speakers are amazing. The G14 is louder, but the MacBook Pro is much more crisp in quality. Pneumatic, you got to hear the 2024 G14. They are dramatically better. The 2024 G14 is a big upgrade for clarity, overall volume, and bass quality. It's all much better on the G14. I still think the crispness is better on the Apple speakers, though. Pneumatic says, need your opinion on Gizmo. Are water-cooled laptops a gimmick? No, I don't think so. There is a big performance, like the XMG Neo 17 that I tested last year and the Neo 16, which I'm going to test next month in a couple weeks here. I think they are authentically getting a performance boost, primarily because XMG is able to tweak the RTX 4090 and the i9 CPU to just run at the highest power limits that I've ever seen in a gaming laptop, higher than what an air-cooled laptop can do. And that translates to better 1% low performance and a slightly higher factory overclock to the RTX 4090, delivering between 5 to 10% more FPS. And on top of that, since it's water cooled, it's much quieter than a Max Fan air cooled laptop. So it's quieter, 5 to 10% more performance. It does cost a good penny. And yeah, the 2024 Neo 16 actually has a lot more premium features though. That makes me a lot more excited about it. So that's really cool, actually, pun intended. Oh my. Okay, here we are, gun run. Let's turn the audio up, see if we can hear some spatial audio. Here we go. Let's see if we can get to a good position. Oh, we're doing so much damage, not getting any kills though. We've cracked 2 shields. Oh, that guy's low. Yeah, we got one. Got 2. This guy's about to die from someone behind him, unless it's his teammate.
Recharging shield.
Everyone's gonna get mad at me for shoot. I've shot like all the different teams a bunch of times. Oh my goodness. Can't kill that guy. My eyes.
Recharging shield. Don't worry about it.
Oh, kill Stealer.
Independent variable
No. Okay, I should look at performance. I'm so invested in playing the game right now. Let's take a look at performance. GPU temps, CPU temps are both looking good. CPU is a little warmer on the 80s now. Pulling 55 watts to the CPU is pretty good. Temps are looking good. Performance is looking good. I mean, the frame time graph is super solid, very stable. Aiming is super consistent. Oh, how did I not get that? Right now we are leading the, we're second, I guess, for our lobby kills. Go teammate. Go teammates. I got good teammates. Dang. See here, we're not doing bad. We're not doing great. I don't know. I probably should move on to the next game. I really want to keep playing. I'm really enjoying this. I'm gonna tell him I gotta go. GG. Okay. So 157, 105. Absolutely excellent gameplay in Apex Legends. Nothing to complain about other than I kind of wish there was more FPS. You know, up to 240. But in terms of overall gameplay experience, very nice. Okay. Get that dub, Gizmo. Screw the temps. LOL. Okay, Baldur's Gate 3. Let's check out our video settings. QHD plus resolution. Disable VSync. We're going to do ultra custom preset with DLSS on quality. All right, we'll go ahead and load into our benchmark. 165 hertz is overkill. I don't know. I mean, I like 240. I think 240 is the sweet spot being an esports player, but you go for 240, at least at QHD, you really need an RTX 4080 or 4090 to actually give you the full performance. Okay, so here we are, Baldur's Gate 3, 103 watts. We're doing 100% GPU bound here, so not CPU bound right now, but maybe when we change characters, it'll go to CPU bounding for a moment. Frame time graph is looking super solid, but usually when you change turns, there's a little blip that will impact our 1% low performance. But 160 FPS at QHD resolution, that's phenomenal. Let's go to end turn. Notice the blip there when we did the change turns. Overall, though, still very smooth, generally speaking. And temps are great in the 70s. Very smooth on that turn change. A bit of a jump there, though. Oh, I mean, there's these little frame time blips, but yeah, that's pretty much expected in Baldur's Gate. Average FPS, 140. Things are looking phenomenal. We'll let this turn go. I think this is one of the last NPC terms, and that's the end of the benchmark. Let's see our total power pull for the laptop. 200 watts approximately, 204. Average 148 for that benchmark, 44. Absolutely excellent Baldur's Gate 3 performance. It really, I mean, in terms of gameplay experiences, it doesn't really get better than that. Pretty much. I mean, you can get an RTX 4080 or 4090, but it's kind of overkill for Baldur's Gate 3. That's going to be a really great experience. I'm looking at the specs for the G6X 2024. I got to say it looks amazing. Yeah. If you have G-Sync enabled, but not both V-Sync and NVIDIA Reflex, enabling all three settings together is recommended for optimal gameplay experiences. Interesting. Never knew that. G-Sync is enabled. V-Sync is enabled. Reflex low latency. Weird. I never thought that you'd want to do that. So we're going to have very high graphics preset. All right. And then we're going to go down to the bottom here and we're going to say always show frame time at FPS. That's going to put a little FPS counter in the top right corner for us. I can also put on CL show FPS 1. There, now we got FPS also being shown there. Okay. What a noob, he's standing still. Oh, I can kind of hear some spatial audio here, left, right. Interesting. Okay, average FPS. We're in the 150s right now. Oh, I hit him in the right shoulder instead of the face. Okay, so on very high settings, we're looking at around 150 or so FPS. Let's see what we get on like medium or lower settings. Video. You know, since we have 240 hertz display, I would think we would want to try to go for at least 240 hertz on average, you know? Okay, FSR on, let's go low. FSR on quality. So low settings, FSR on quality, let's see. Let's see how that improves our performance, all right? We're in the 220 FPS. Oh. Yeah, it seems like we're maxed at 220. Is there an FPS max? Because we're not going above 220 right now. Looks like my FPS max is set to 400. So we should be able to go more than 220, but we're not right now. Things are super smooth. It definitely seems noticeably smoother. Headshot. It definitely seems noticeably smoother than it was when it was doing 150 FPS. Can I get a different gun, please? The scout is really rough because you can't land. You have to land a headshot if you want a one-shot kill with the scout. I went in a whole circle, didn't see anybody. Headshot! Ah! Okay, so there's your Counter-Strike gameplay. Low settings is the way to go for a smoother gameplay. Very nice gameplay, though, in Counter-Strike. Press B to buy anything. Yeah, but I'm pretty lazy. All right. Yeah, I like buying an op or like an M4 or something, you know. I used to play, I have thousands of hours in Counter-Strike 1.6. It was my game that I played as my main game all through high school. Like, it was my game. Like, I ran a clan. There was like 50 to 70 members in the clan. We had a website. We had t-shirts, okay? I was that super nerd. Oh yeah, landing with CS 1.6 was amazing. It was so awesome. Like, people, people could, CS 1.6 was very cheap, just like Counter-Strike is now. And there was all kinds of different little maps you could go. So you could like land with just 3 people and still have a good time, because you could play like free-for-all deathmatch stuff, or you could get into little server environments. Like, we had our own server. We did competitive matches with like the little 3-on-3 leagues and 5-on-5 leagues and stuff. It was so much fun. All right, ray tracing on ultra, DLSS on quality, ray reconstruction, and frame gen enabled. I will see if we run out of VRAM. I think we probably will run out of VRAM here, guys, but we'll find out. Texture quality, we're on high right now. Full resolution, DLSS on quality, ray tracing on ultra. Let's see how we run. I can finally play 1.6 at 8K with 400 hertz using my iGPU. I don't know about that. But yeah, it was. Oh, wow. We're maxed on VRAM. 8 gigs. VRAM stutter. Yeah, we're going to run into a lot of VRAM stuttering until we get the texture set lower. But yeah, Counter-Strike 1.6 was where I interfaced with pro esports gamers for the first time, and like learned about how to aim well and what their techniques were for training. And that was like the beginning for me as an esports gamer myself, and did those online tournaments, the 3-on-3 leagues and stuff. That was like and I was like 14 to 18 years old in that time frame, you know. I think the next game I played during that time was like PlanetSide 1. And then and then Halo. I did a lot of Halo too, back on Xbox One. So 44 FPS on average. Honestly, our 1% low wasn't too bad. We weren't stuttering too much, but we were definitely maxing our VRAM. So 44 FPS on average. And that's with frame gen. So, I mean, that's not going to be what you want, right? That's definitely not what you want. Let's go to low textures. And let's go to performance. All right. Let's see, how do we do with these settings? Do we run out of VRAM with these settings or not? So basically, we're upscaling from a lower resolution now. And we are also... here, upscaling from a low resolution, and the textures are set lower at the same time. So now we're 6.7 gigs of VRAM used, which is so much better, okay? Now, when we have frame generation enabled, we really ideally want to hit 90 FPS on average. Right now, we're only hitting 70. So this is still a problem for me. If I were tweaking this, I'd have to still probably turn some settings down, though theoretically, this is definitely super playable. It's just having frame gen enabled and having low FPS, you'll start to see more of the frame gen artifacting, and also the input latency is increased with frame gen only at 70. COC Champ says, "Hey Brandon, I'm thinking of Lock 15 with Ryzen 5 8645HS and a 4050, but I have doubts about how good the processor is. There aren't any publicly available benchmarks. What do you think?" Well, I think the Ryzen 5 7000 series that I have tested performed quite well in benchmarks and in games, so you'll probably be just fine. I think it's they're usually the Ryzen 5s lately have been like 6-core 12 thread. I'm not sure what that one is particular, but it's still probably good enough for gaming. It's just going to be lower performance for multi-core rendering, such as video editing and stuff like that. But for gaming performance, most games still only take advantage of 1 to 4 cores, so you really don't lose much in gaming. If you want to do live streaming at the same time, you might get more CPU bottlenecked than you would with a more powerful processor with more cores and threads, though. But overall, if you don't want to live stream and you're just primarily focused on gaming and general using the computer, that should be a good choice. If you do want to support me, by the way, everyone that's watching, you can use links in the description to go to my laptop list, and then you click through a link on there. No matter what laptop you buy, if you click through a link on that sheet, it will go to help support me when you go purchase the laptop. Okay, so 70.47 FPS on average. Things are looking good, but I think, honestly, with a 4060 at this point, I think I'm just going to go down to like high settings. All right, turn off ray tracing, probably medium textures at this point. We'll go to DLSS. We'll go to performance, medium, high settings. This, I think, will get us a solid QHD gaming experience with Cyberpunk 2077. No problem, COC. I hope you find a computer you love. Be sure to check the laptop list, by the way. There's some Lock laptops on sale in the on the laptop list. So right now, 123 FPS. Things are looking much better. We're not maxed on VRAM. This is going to be a fantastic Cyberpunk gaming experience. High refresh rate gaming. Things are going to look pretty dang crisp because it's performance DLSS, but it's a QHD resolution, so you're still actually upscaling from a pretty decent base resolution. And yeah, I mean, this looks great. This would be a great gaming experience for Cyberpunk 20. I could play this. All right. It won't look quite as good as a ray tracing enabled version of Cyberpunk 2077, but it's going to be crisp, it's going to be responsive, and it's going to look almost as good. So very, very nice. For a budget gaming, or like a more, I wouldn't call this a budget gaming laptop, but for a more mid-range gaming GPU, this will get you a great gaming experience. 2077 is like the least optimized game out there. Well, as soon as you throw ray tracing on it, it becomes super unoptimized. 110 FPS overall. Very nice overall blend here. And just lacking the ray tracing experience, but that's okay. God of War is next. Let's hop into it. Buick Manic says, I'm really thinking about picking this up with the i9 and 4070. Well, that's currently on sale, right? For $1,700. That seems like a pretty good value considering the build quality and everything else about this machine, minus the fact that it doesn't have Windows Hello on the camera and it doesn't have a very good speaker system. Those are currently the two major cons that I'm identifying with this laptop. Oops. I clicked go, but didn't mean to yet. Oh well. It's fine. Let's go into our settings, display, QHD resolution at quality DLSS. That's correct. Graphics is on ultra. That's actually already correct. Okay, cool. So let's see what the FPS is like. Things are looking pretty smooth and pretty crisp, but not a super high FPS experience at 57 FPS. but the crispness is there, and you're also on ultra graphics. You can go down to original graphics and really boost your FPS. It's probably what I would do if I was playing this game. Just because I prefer 90 FPS in an action adventure game like this. 60 FPS, 49 for a 1% low. Frame time graph looking real solid overall. Going down to original graphics. Now we're doing 100 FPS in QHD resolution. Yeah, this is a great gaming experience still. Very nice. God of War, super, super playable. Helldivers 2, let's get into it. All right. Parky says, think about how much time, though, you're going to save if you have a fingerprint scanner or Windows Hello infrared camera on your laptop. Yeah, it is nice. It's really nice being able to sit down in front of your computer and the infrared camera automatically logs you in. You do save maybe like a second compared to typing a pin in. I would say if you have a number pad, typing a pin is really, really fast too. But I do prefer Windows Hello for, a reason. So, with an IR sensor, it is super convenient. I haven't played Helldivers 2 in a while. Okay, here we go. Ultra quality render scale. We'll go full screen. We'll go graphics. We'll go ultra. Except for texture quality. We'll leave that on medium. Because they already know we only have 8 gigs of VRAM. So Helldivers 2 devs are super smart. Big brain over here. Automatically setting our little 4060 texture quality to medium for us. I love it. Very, very nice. Let's go ahead and hop into a match and see if we get at least 60 FPS. Incoming message from Super Earth. What has Super Earth got for us? Automatons are making incursions into the Tsar sector. So they basically want us to go help the Tsar sector. Where's the Tsar sector? That may be a really old map. I don't know. It's probably a really old. Sure, we'll do this one. We're not going to play the whole match, so we'll exit after a couple of minutes. But QHD resolution, ultra quality with ultra quality render resolution, which I think upscales just a little bit. Let's try to hop into the drop as soon as possible. I mean, things seem to be playing really smooth. We'll do that, and that. Ready up. Bingo. What's the difference between the Zephyrus G14 4060 GPU and the 4070 GPU? It's the same wattage. It's just more CUDA cores, and therefore it's gonna be able to put out about 10% more performance, 8 to 10%, at least in GPU bound games. Oh man, we're right next to a no call-in drop tower thingy. I think we're gonna die. We can't call in stratagems here. We're getting shot. We running. Okay, so let me reset the FPS counter. 49 FPS, 45 for a 1. Ah! Heal. Still can't call in stratagems. We got to run further away from that tower thing. Makes it so we can't call in the stratagems. So we're gonna run a little bit further. Oh, oops. I got ice spiked. Okay, so now we can call in stratagems. Let's do that. Oh, that's right, the edge of the combat zone. What was that? I mean, this, ooh. We still can't call in stratagems. Reload. What is this? An arc thrower. So 49 to 45 FPS, not great. Let's go into the options. Let's set the settings on the graphics down to medium. Let's try. All right, so medium, getting us 60 FPS. Interesting. Oh, I need to reinforce. I can't reinforce. Now I can reinforce. Interesting, we had a bit of a stutter there. Calling in the teammate again. Okay, so let's see if we can take out that. I can't shoot that because it'll kill my teammate. I'm slowed by something. We need to kill this thing. I don't know what's the best option. Ooh, landmine. See if I can, we gotta make it in the door or in the top thing right up here. Yeah, got it. Oh boy. We're out of ammo for our grenade launcher now. So, I don't know why our 1% low is struggling so hard. I'm almost dead though. Overall average is 58. I mean, this is playable. It feels good. It's G-Sync enabled, so it still feels pretty smooth, but it's just not quite as fluid as you would hope, you know? Overall, I do like the gameplay, though. It's good. Let's go ahead and head on out of this for now. But know that you're getting like a solid gaming experience in Helldivers 2, but I would say it's less than optimal. Another thing you can do to improve performance, lower your lower your, what do you want to call it? Your render resolution. So basically upscale. So is this game at 2560 by 1600? Yeah, we were at ultra quality render resolution, so I'm not sure. I think it's almost quite the full gameplay. Is it worth $400 more for 8 to 10% increase in GPU? Usually not for an RTX 4060 to 4070, but I would say usually I would say a $100 to $200 upgrade to go for a 4060 to 4070 is a better upgrade price. LSP says an ad interrupted the stream. Just keep in mind that ads help support me, and so I appreciate. I'm not running ads on purpose or anything, but the ads are enabled on the streams to help support me as a content creator, because I can't do this without the ads, quite frankly. That's one of the only ways that I can make any money. That and sponsorships and affiliate links, those are it pretty much. So just know it means a lot to me if you're watching and stuff. I don't know. Yeah. It's okay. I don't know if you have an ad blocker or whatever. I understand. It's fine. 4060 is amazing for me. I do video editing with DaVinci with no issues, pretty fast as well. Yeah, you'll do a bit better on the video editing front if you have a 4080 or higher, because you get double video encoding. We're going to do DLSS on quality, frame generation enabled. I don't think this is going to go smooth enough. And textures will probably need to be set to lower, but let's find out if we are a struggle stutter mess or not. Parky says, are you going to be reviewing the Raider 18HX with Ryzen 7945HX this year? I don't know. Maybe. MSI is willing to send me pretty much anything I request. I haven't thought about trying to review that. The main thing is I would want to ideally review new tech. So newer CPUs. Is there an 8945HX version maybe that's coming out or something? I don't know. I'd have to look into it, but my focus is definitely more on trying to test the new models out. And I mean, that is a 2024 model, the Raider 18HX, so I'm not against it necessarily. But I am trying to focus on the newer processors like the Snapdragon X Elite, the Ryzen 9 AI HX 370 or 370HX or whatever that is. Stuff like that is a higher priority to me right now. 4060 is much more enough than just light gaming. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely do editing on a 4060 laptop. It's not that you can't at all. It's a good enough GPU. It's just know that there's two video encoders on the 4080 and 4090, which if you're using the NVIDIA GPU to encode, will basically 2x your encoding speeds. So is this at native resolution? All of the benchmarks so far that we've done have been at native resolution, but with upscaling through DLSS, usually on quality, unless you see me set it to a lower upscale to like balanced or performance. So the vast majority will be at QHD with DLSS on quality. And I am enabling frame gen if it's available. Now, changing all of these settings at once crashed the game, unfortunately. Pretty common for Hogwarts to crash when changing all these settings at once. Aaron says, should I do a fresh install of Windows rather than uninstalling the bloatware when getting a new laptop? I usually just uninstall the bloatware. Quite frankly, it sucks, but a lot of laptop manufacturers require you to use their version of Windows when you install stuff. Like Lenovo, for example, I tried doing a fresh install on my Lenovo 7i, and it literally would not work. So I would generally just keep whatever Windows install they installed and just remove the bloatware. But that's up to you. I'm not going to say you can't do a fresh install, but just know that sometimes you won't be able to get it to work right. Like it literally would not boot up the Legion 7i unless you use the Lenovo ISO for Windows to install it. So, okay, so here we are. We're doing our preliminary run through. Currently averaging 70 FPS. Keep in mind we have frame generation enabled, ray tracing enabled, everything on ultra. VRAM is running out right now. We're at 7.2. I think we're right on the edge of maybe running out, but we're coming down, up and down on that VRAM. So overall, things are looking surprisingly good right now, honestly. There is some stuttering. We're also running out of regular RAM, 14.4. You want 24 gigs of RAM or more for Hogwarts Legacy. So that means 32 gigs realistically for a laptop. And yeah, this is still a pretty good gaming experience with some stutters. Keep in mind, this is the most demanding area of the game. So 67 FPS for average, 40 for our 1% low. The first run through is to make sure everything is loaded in for our second run through, which is our actual benchmark run. But things usually still stutter a bit on the second run. It's surprisingly 28 for our 1% low, all the way up until that moment there, dropped down to 22. That's still pretty good for 1% low performance on Hogwarts, honestly. Hogwarts can get all the way down into the single digits sometimes. It can get so stuttery. Now, out in the wilderness, you can expect a lot higher FPS and a lot better 1% low performance. So like if I were to run over to the edge of the town, you could probably see that. So you get into the 70s now. Let's see. I mean, still a lot of NPCs here. So, you know, most of this game you do play running around. Oh man, this game is just so cool. I love Harry Potter. I'm a Harry Potter nut too. So I have a Ravenclaw robe, and I was the Quidditch team captain, Ravenclaw Quidditch team captain in college at A&M. Oh, can't go that far. Okay, so 1% low performance. You see we're at 29 now, 31. 1% low performance just gets better in the wilderness. That said, most of the gameplay you do play is out away from, doing missions and stuff, fighting bad guys and stuff, and that's usually out in the wilderness. Then again, there's also a lot of gameplay in Hogwarts, the school too. So overall, yeah, I would probably, if I were to optimize this to play, we're going to turn off ray tracing. It's the price. I would go down to balanced at least, probably. Maybe even down to performance. And then I would turn off ray tracing. And making those two changes, see what our FPS goes to. 100 now. Okay, 1% lows still are going to struggle unless we turn textures also down. Let's turn textures. Textures are on medium now. Let's see if that's enough. It's retexturing the game right now. All right, that's still looking pretty good. All right, so there. Now, let's see how the performance is now. 100 FPS. I saw 50 for a 1% low, and then we got a little bit of stutter there, 33. Frame time graph is a lot more well controlled now. Yeah, this is how I would play the game. This is a good gaming experience right here. Yeah. Just took some tweaking, mixing some of the key settings up and down. And we're on mostly ultra with textures on medium, DLSS on balanced, and ray tracing disabled. And bam, 100 FPS, much better gaming experience. So Hogwarts Legacy, definitely super playable. Let's get into some Illuvium gameplay. So Illuvium, let's talk Illuvium for a moment. This game is the game I've been playing a ton of because open beta is, I mean, it's like private open beta. It's an open beta, but the game is still not quite officially launched. It's in test net, which means that it's on a separate blockchain that is not live. It is basically it's as if it's live, but it's on its own. It's like its own independent database rather than the public database. So it's a way to make sure that everything is working before they take everything fully live. And I really appreciate that they did this. Okay. So right now there are multiple different areas to play the game. There is a tutorial mode for battling in the arena, survive endless waves, and this is a way you can learn the combat systems in the game. They are very complex and very high quality combat systems in the game, in my opinion, though I am an investor in this game and I like to fully disclose everything. That said, the overworld right now is where it's at. They're actually paying players to play the game currently, and if you capture so basically, they are doing what's called an airdrop, okay? An airdrop of 20,000 ILV tokens that is going to go out to all of the players that are playing the game. Currently, I think there's 25,000+ players playing the game that the tokens will be divided up amongst. So if you play a lot of the game and you are, you get a lot of the airdrop points, you could get several ILV tokens worth equivalent. So we'll see how much I get. I have been playing the game a lot though. And so you can mine these nodes right here. These will give you shards. These will give you resources that you need to be able to capture the alluvials. The alluvials are now in the open world. You can fight them. And the combat system is going to change a lot by the time the game fully launches on July 25th. Now, the actual... So this is like a gameplay Pokemon-like collector adventure game where you collect resources, you battle these guys. There's different rarities of alluvials. And right now, I don't really care about these ones because I already caught these ones. I'm trying to catch the alluvials that I don't have because you get more of the airdrop if you complete your whole collection. And then you also, I already have this one too. And then you also get special airdrop points if you get the hollow graphic, like the hollow and dark hollow versions of the alluvials. And those alluvials are the special colored ones. Like this one is a hollow version of the alluvial. See, it like looks all shiny and everything. And this one's a hollow version of the alluvial. And let's see here. This one's a hollow. And like this is a regular, and this is the hollow version. So these are extra special. In each one of these that you capture, you'll get airdrop points, which will translate, like I said, into real money basically, because ILV tokens are worth real money. And so at the end of the open beta, they're going to give away the tokens. There's a link in the description if you decide to play this game. No pressure to play it at all. But if you want some free money and you want to have a good time collecting unique and interesting creatures, like I said, link in the description. This is an example of a dark hollow right here. This has this one's worth a lot of airdrop points. It's my most valuable one so far, and it's got a super sick. It's like a shadow that moves over the top of it, and yeah, right now these graphics are set on medium, by the way. I think graphics set to medium. VFX, let's set to high. Okay. So the way it works is you'll go through the world, you'll collect shards, you'll cure the shards, and then you'll also start capturing alluvials. You build your team, and you can go into harder and harder areas with different tiers of area to start being able to capture rarer and rarer creatures. Now, this one right here is a hollow alluvial, so I do want to try to capture this one. So I've got to, right now in the open beta, you have to shoot it with your energy rifle until you've charged the bar at the top of the screen enough to bring it into a portal where you can start trying to capture it. So this is actually a really valuable tier 3. Well, it's a tier 2 stage 3 alluvial. So it's going to be worth quite a few airdrop points. So I really want to try to capture this one. Now I can press F to deploy my drone, and that's going to lasso the alluvial and keep it in place so that I can keep shooting it. Okay, so now I sent it into the portal, and now I can scan the portal and see what I'm going to be fighting. And I think I should be able to take that no problem with my set of alluvials. So you have to battle them. If you win the battle, you're able to capture the 3 alluvials that are solid looking. Now, in the final game, when the game launches on July 25th, my understanding is that they're going to be doing more of a Pal World type combat experience where you battle and capture them all in the overworld. I'm not sure if that's going to officially be launched 100% yet, but that's where the game is going. There will still be these arena battles like this, but that's not going to be how you capture them in the final game coming up. So we'll do these 2. I'm trying to level a bunch of holographic alluvials so that they get extra XP to where I can then level them up. Now, these are plants that I've harvested, and these plants can be placed on alluvials as an upgrade to increase their damage, increase their energy regen, increase their XP they gain. Each alluvial has their own level, so you can level your alluvials, and that's going to make them more and more powerful, have more HP, do more damage. And let's see here. We'll give him that, and we'll do Pop Spores. Pop Spores makes the enemies take damage when they attack the alluvials. I think that should be good. I should be able to wipe them with this. I think we'll want to switch this, though, because this guy is air, and this guy's plants. That plants counter the air. He's going to be the biggest damage dealer. And we'll do him back here. All 3 of these back here to deal with them. And yeah, so let's put out one more alluvial. Let's do the flare. And we'll do Pop Spore on him. So now, my guys, I think we'll be able to beat the enemy team. Let's find out. I think I should be able to win easily. I just want to make sure I win because there's a hollow on the board, which, like I said, are worth airdrop points. So they're one of the rare alluvials you actually want to be sure you capture. So in the end, when the game finally launches, none of these are officially live on the blockchain yet, but when the game does eventually launch, when you capture the alluvials, they will be yours, and they will become NFTs on the blockchain for you to actually own, which I'm super excited about. So I'll just use an epic shard, and I'm going to try to capture this guy. Only Vague says, can we please get the Scar 16 i7-14700HX with RTX 4080 compared with other 4080 competitors? Interesting. I might be able to get them to send me that. I don't know. Niraj says, I never understand users who invest almost $3,000 in a MacBook Pro and think about gaming by doing some emulations. What's the point in thinking about gaming on Mac environment? They probably want to use the Mac mainly for productivity. So, hooray, I captured this holographic Arcane Zephyr Lynx. And so now this guy is mine. They're working on improving the animation because right now the furry creatures don't look as good when they're holographic as they should. So they're still working on improving it. Notice how much better Illuvium is playing than it was. On the last 4060 laptop we tested, I think it was doing really bad. Lots of stutters, but we are doing a lot better now on medium settings with DLSS. Every time you exit the portal, it has to reload, unfortunately. But so let me just show you some of the movement in this game. It's really cool movement with the jump jets, and looks like I should get this. Being attacked. So I should harvest this if I can. So this is a rock that usually will have good stuff in it. Yeah, there's a resplendent shard and a selenium, or 2 of them actually. I should get both of those. So basically the gameplay in Illuvium Overworld is currently collecting holographic and dark hollow alluvials, which then you'll actually earn money from. So again, link in the description if you decide to try to play the game. If you sign up using that link, it does help me as a content creator. So thank you so much for using that link. Okay, so that's it for Illuvium. Gameplay is looking pretty good. 86 FPS, 43 for a 1% low. Let's cap these things. I think that's going to be it for my energy. So now that I ran out of energy, I can go back to home base. And this is where you can go upgrade your armor and potentially select a different zone to travel to search for different kinds of alluvials. Each region has different alluvials that you can capture. And in the end, there'll be 7 different regions for you to explore and capture different types of creatures. Currently, there's just these three regions, like a swamp, a cloud kingdom kind of thing, and then like a desert fire acid kingdom. Very, very cool. So going over here to the home base, I will show you where you can upgrade your stuff, and then we'll move on to the next game. So the forge here is where you can upgrade weapons for your ranger, upgrade armors for your ranger. You can upgrade your jetpack and your visor. You can make different kinds of ingots and cure different shards for capturing the alluvials, which you'll need to be able to get higher and higher tiers of alluvials. You can also upgrade your drone to be able to carry more alluvials with you into combat, make things cheaper to mine or to capture alluvials, or make it more powerful when you're trying to capture alluvials. So there's a lot of things you can upgrade in the game. And I think they've got a really cool system for the gameplay in general. I think the game is going to be really awesome when it launches. Again, July 25th for the official game, but you can play this open beta now. But like I said, it'll be a little different when the game officially launches. So let's move into our last game, Witcher 3, for our game testing. Then we're going to do our final summary review of everything that we have found out. You have to think about this before you buy an expensive laptop. So talking about MacBook Pros, you have to think about this before you buy an expensive laptop. You just want productivity or you want to game as well. And that's the truth. MacBooks really just primarily excel at being a really good UI. And then because of the Mac OS, people like it. It interfaces well with iPhones and iPads. And then they may like the software on it, and they especially love the productivity on the go. So, okay, so we're going to do Ray Tracing Ultra, DLSS on quality. Oh, man. It's not letting me do it. There we go. All right. Display. Full resolution, frame generation on. Let's see what we get for our benchmarking area. Does the Blade 16 perform the same as the Blade 18 if both of them have the 4090 in them? Not quite. The Blade 16 has a little bit lower power throughput to the GPU by I think 5 to 10 watts, but it's pretty dang close. And the CPU is also about 10 watts lower. So the Blade 18, just a little bit bigger, has a triple fan design instead of dual fan design, allows just slightly more power throughput to it. At least that was my experience in the 2023 versions that I tested. That may not be the case for the 2024 version. They may have slightly tweaked things also since I tested it originally. Okay, so here we are. Frame generation enabled, only 57 FPS. Not my favorite experience already. I'd probably turn ray tracing off just to, yeah, that's what I would do. Let's go ahead and get our benchmark going here. 55 FPS, 43 for our 1% lows. Things are looking pretty good. VRAM is also within spec, so we're not going to stutter there. Temps are looking good. Power throughput on the GPU and CPU are also looking good. 62 FPS overall. I mean, this is playable. It's looking good. It's just not as high FPS as I usually like for a frame generation enabled game. So overall, I would just go in here because we only have a 4060. Just turn off ray tracing. The game will look pretty much just as good. And now we're over 100 FPS now. Okay, so that's all you got to do. Just turn ray tracing off. Witcher 3, amazing gameplay. It's gonna look really good. It's playing really great nonstop. Awesome. So there we go. Let's move into the final summary review now for the Legion 7i. Let me run to the bathroom real quick, and then we will do the final summary review. All right. Okay, let's go ahead and get the final summary review done. And we'll go over everything that we know about the laptop so far that we covered in the live stream today. Excellent. Let me go over here a little bit more. Pull this over more to center. A bingo. All right. What's up, and welcome to my final summary review for the Legion Pro 7i. This thing was very impressive today overall, in my opinion. We really put it through its paces, testing it in a bunch of different games, and it actually did really, really well. And basically every game, a couple of the games, we really had to turn the settings down. We'll go over those. Let's go through the full checklist of everything we tested in this over 4-hour live stream. It's going to be awesome. Let's go ahead and get into this. All right, so there are a bunch of different configs currently for the Legion 7i. Right now, the i7 version with the 4060 is what we are testing today. Costs about $1,700. There's an i9 version with the 14900HX and the RTX 4070 for almost the same price. If you buy this today, be sure to buy the correct version because you get a big upgrade for the same price. Now, There are a lot of pros and cons around this device, but the biggest pros are the just amazing build quality. I really, really enjoy the finish, the aluminum edging, the RGB lighting implementation is really, really good. Let me just check this, and I just want to make sure. There we go. Is that good? I think that's good. Yeah, okay. All right, making sure it's in focus. Okay, so the biggest pros and cons. Biggest pros, fairly thin for a fully powered, fully featured gaming laptop and very rigid build quality. The hinge goes nearly all the way back, and the hinge is also very high quality. Feels super sturdy in the hands. Like, look at how freaking solid this hinge is. You can still open it with one finger, no problem. And on top of that, it's a very like stiff hinge. Generally, when you move it, I really like the hinge, if you can't tell. One of my favorite hinges I've tested so far in 2024. Now, the actual quality of the materials feels really good in the hand. It feels really rigid generally, with some flex near the center of the keyboard when the laptop is on a table. Touchpad realistically could be a little bit larger, quite frankly. But other than that, it's glass, it tracks well, it clicks well. I do like it a lot. The perky RGB backlighting on the keyboard is fantastic. It looks really good. Lots of different customizability around it. Lots of different modes you can use. It's very bright. Now, there's no light bar, but this thing is still just really classy because of all of the aluminum finish on it and just the overall feel. The white keyboard, the white overall design with the perky RGB and the brushed aluminum finish, I really like it. It's one of my favorite looking laptops for 2024, at least the white version is. Unfortunately, the black version is the one that's on sale with the 4070 and i9. So you'll have to get the black version if you want those specs. Yeah, anyway. At least with the current sale, maybe the white version will go on sale eventually. You never know. Okay. So removing the bottom was fairly easy. 8 screws, regular Phillips head screwdriver on the small side. And overall, the internals, lots of upgradability. You got SODIMM slots for upgrading the RAM up to 96 gigs. You got 2 M.2s with 1 open SK Hynix RAM and SK Hynix SSDs in here. Both very fast with DiskMark and Ada64 scoring above average and with good levels of performance. Cinebench R23 was off the charts for an i7. We scored almost 27,000, like 26.9K for our best single run. Now, for multi-runs for 10-minute scores, it was still over 21K, and that was with performance mode. So it's kind of more of a neutered level of performance compared to the custom mode, where you can get more like 23,500 nonstop if you want to push that. And that's without an undervolt. So that's very impressive CPU performance for the i7-14700HX. Now, unfortunately, there's only 16 gigs of RAM in here, but it is at least upgradable. So yeah, now on the inside, we do have a heat pipe layout for cooling and 2 fan exhausts. We did see overall very good temperatures in different games, but when you did run it in CPU only benchmarks and workloads, the temperatures do get quite hot, running all the way up to the max thermal throttle temperatures. And then of course it comes down. Yeah. Bloatware, there is McAfee. I had to remove that and it had some annoying pop-ups. So definitely remove that, in my opinion. Unless you want to use it, that's fine too. If you decide to use it, there's nothing wrong with that. But I wish that Lenovo would not include it in the initial installation. The ports on this are surprisingly good, especially for a thinner, more portability focused laptop. You got 3 total USB-Cs, with one of those being Thunderbolt 4, another one with 140 watt power delivery for USB-C, which is really good. DisplayPort 1.4 support on that one. 2 USB-As as well, one with sleep always on USB-C or USB-A charging, one with always on charging, which is nice if you want to charge your phone when the laptop is turned off. You also have an HDMI 2.1, and unfortunately you do not have an Ethernet port. You do have a headset combo port as well. So there's and a full size And you have a full-size SD card reader on here. So great overall laptop for multimedia content creation on the go as long as you stay plugged in. Do not expect very good battery life when you are pushing the CPU to the max. I ran one Cinebench R23 10-minute benchmarking run. Probably runs a little bit longer than 10 minutes, but it drained the battery by over 25% in that time frame. So you're looking at only about an hour of nonstop maxing out the CPU on this laptop on the go. If you're in a web browsing situation, you optimize it fairly well. You're looking at about 3 to 6 hours, depending on how you optimize it, but probably more like 4 to 5 for most average users on the go. And then if you really optimize this thing with turning off everything, turning the brightness down lower, turning off Wi-Fi, just really just doing like a typing in a Word document type situation, you might be able to push more like 6 to 8 hours of battery life. So battery life on this machine is okay, good enough for most college students, good enough for many business users, but it's not all day battery away from the wall, especially if you're looking to be productive when you're away from that wall outlet. So take your power adapter with you. You do have that USB-C charging as well, so you can always utilize that if you need a small portable power adapter to take with you. Webcam was surprisingly good, especially for video mode, and the microphone sounded pretty good, in my opinion, for overall quality. The keyboard itself has an excellent layout and typing feel. I really liked that overall. The Lenovo Vantage software, everything is in a central dashboard. You have easy control to just about everything related to the laptop, including BIOS updates, all recorded locally. So that's really great. You also have you can undervolt the CPU. You can overclock the GPU. You can set your battery conservation modes and control everything about your laptop in one location. So that's one of the main reasons I like Lenovo Vantage. Plus the UI is centered on mainly one page. There's a few additional pages that you can jump between, but mainly everything is on a quick switch from one page that's easy to understand and easy to use. So Lenovo Vantage, definitely a giant thumbs up in my book. Display test. Now this unit comes with a 500 nits QHD plus 240 Hz refresh rate laptop display with 100% sRGB, and we did test it to show that percentage with my Spider 5 Elite tests underrepresenting by about 7% relative to what it really is. So 93% sRGB translates to 100% sRGB, about 79% of the P3 color gamut. Overall, the display on this is plenty good enough for most gamers, but content creators will probably want the higher end 3.2K 100% DCI P3 color gamut display. It's only a $25 upgrade on the Lenovo build page, but that is also a more expensive build area overall compared to the pre-built systems that they're shipping out. So be sure to look for coupons if you do decide to go through the Lenovo website directly. Okay. Speaker test. These speakers were quite a bit quieter than most laptops out there. Unfortunately, the speaker quality also was not that great. And so as a result, this is like a little bit above average speaker system in terms of quality. But the volume, I would say, was only about average. So I gave it about a 7.8 on my speaker rating levels. So, and that does seem a bit low considering that this laptop does cost a bit of a premium price relative to the specs that the laptop comes with. Fan noise testing, max fans about 57 to 58 decibels, which is quite loud. Performance mode, which gets you pretty much the full performance of the laptop, came in right around 51 to 52 decibels, which is quite a nice blend of performance and fan noise. Now, balanced mode did neuter the GPU down to a lower wattage performance. So unfortunately, balanced mode is going to sacrifice quite a bit of performance, but the fan noise was only around 47 decibels. Quiet mode does really neuter the GPU performance down to 55 watts, but it's also almost inaudible with only 1 decibel of additional noise generated from the fans on the laptop. So it has a nice blend. This laptop comes with a nice blend of performance modes that definitely dramatically can affect your performance levels, but also can reduce the noise profile. If you're in a quiet environment like a business meeting and you still need to render a video, you can have a relatively quiet laptop. It doesn't have to be a jet engine right there in that business meeting, making for a rather embarrassing maybe altercation with your boss or something, I don't know, or your professor. Yeah, so let's talk time spy score. Over 11,000 with the GPU overclock enabled, which is really good for an RTX 4060. Over 17,000 for the CPU score is phenomenal for a gaming laptop, especially one as thin and light as this one. Apex Legends on low was 150 FPS approximately, with very good 1% low performance. Response rate, thanks to the G-Sync enabled display, was fantastic. We also have Advanced Optimus, allowing us to switch into integrated GPU only mode, which is definitely recommended if you're going to try to maximize your battery life. There is also the NVIDIA only mode, so that way your integrated GPU is not interrupting your gaming experience as you switch between games, with the GPU switching in and out of integrated and NVIDIA graphics. Baldur's Gate 3, again, about 150 FPS at full resolution and settings on ultra settings with DLSS on quality. It's a fantastic Baldur's Gate 3 gaming experience. Counter-Strike 2, about 150 FPS with very high settings, up to 220 FPS, pretty much steady on low settings. So overall, very good gaming experience in Counter-Strike 2. Cyberpunk 2077 on ray tracing on ultra, DLSS on quality, frame generation enabled. We only got 45 FPS, which is very low for a frame generation enabled game. Theoretically, it's playable, but it's not going to be a very good experience. So I would recommend turning off ray tracing, set DLSS to balanced, and then boom. Also, you'll want to turn the textures to medium, I believe. And then boom, you're going to have a great overall experience with over 100 FPS in Cyberpunk 2077. Dead Space, which we did not run, now that I see it's on the gaming list, but I don't think it's installed. So we're going to have to nix that one. So we'll just take that out of the final edit eventually. God of War, great gaming experience, great overall FPS. I mean, you're getting about 60 on Ultra and closer to 100 on original graphics settings. And original is probably the way I would play it. I do like to get over 90 FPS when I play God of War. Helldivers 2, only about 45 to 50 FPS on ultra settings and up to about 60 FPS on medium settings. It's still playable, but you might want to upscale more or lower the settings even more to get a more optimal frame rate. I mean, it is a slower paced shooter, so 60 FPS actually does feel pretty good as long as it's a very steady 1% low. It's up to you, but overall, the gameplay experience is possible to have a good fun time blowing up some aliens and some robots. Hogwarts Legacy, turning off ray tracing is pretty much required to have an excellent gameplay experience. Ultra with ray tracing got us 60 FPS and about 20 for our 1% low. It's possible. It's an enjoyable experience, but if you want a fluid, great gaming experience, turn off ray tracing, set textures to medium, set DLSS to balanced, and you're looking at about 100 FPS with 60 FPS for the 1% lows. Illuvium is just launching in open beta. Link in the description if you want to play some Illuvium. Really fun game collecting creatures. About anywhere from 60 to 100 FPS, depending on what you're doing, what you're looking at. Very fluid gameplay and much more optimized now. Now, overall, there is still some stuttering that occurs, especially when loading in new environments with this laptop. That would be better if we had more RAM and more VRAM, especially since then we could set the textures and settings to higher than medium. But overall, gameplay experience with the Legion 7i is still possible to have a fun experience with Illuvium. Witcher 3. Turning off ray tracing is not required, but it's recommended because you're not quite getting the optimal FPS. About 60 FPS with ray tracing and everything on set to ultra with frame gen and DLSS on quality. So ramping that up to 100 plus just by turning off ray tracing really makes the Witcher 3 gaming experience better. Okay, so overall, can I recommend the Legion 7i? Yes, absolutely. This is just a super solid laptop. Now, it's not the best bang for the buck machine out there. Definitely. Like, it's an expensive machine for the specs you're getting, but you're getting amazing build quality. It's really rigid hinge. The display quality is good, whether you're getting the 2.5K or the 3.2K display. And the overall thermals and the way the laptop's tuned, the control software, it's all very, very good. Now, if you do decide to get this through the links in the description, it does help support me as a content creator. So thank you so much for your support. And again, big shout out and thanks to Lenovo for sending this laptop for review. Yeah, the live stream is not sponsored by Lenovo. Like I said at the beginning of the live stream, but the final summary review that will be edited down will be sponsored by Lenovo. So big shout out and thank you to them for that sponsorship. And thank you so much to everyone that tuned into this review and made it possible by supporting me, watching me, liking the content, subscribing, and coming back for more. We'll see you guys in the next review. Brandon out. Huzzah. Okay, awesome. So let me go ahead and do some Q&A with chat, and then we'll end the live stream. Okay, so that was me saying goodbye to the end of the edited video, and now we can chat for a moment before the end of the official live stream. Okay, so thank you so much, guys. Okay, so 4060 right now at 1.6K and 4070 at 2.3K. So the 4070 with i9 is actually 1.7K currently on the website. So if you do go for this, I would really recommend going for this one from a bang for the buck perspective, the Eclipse back 4070 i9. This is actually a pretty good value overall, because you're getting a much nicer CPU and much nicer CPU and better GPU for the same price that this $1,700 version is. Now, this one at $1,699, I'm pretty sure you can get the price to go down if you use the right coupons. I'm not sure what they are right now, and I'm not sure what the actual lowest price with the coupons will be. But I imagine this will probably go on sale to $1,500 at some point over the next few months or something. And at that point, it definitely becomes a better bang for the buck. $1,400 even is going to be a little better. I mean, the main thing about this laptop that you're paying the premium price for, in my opinion, is the build quality and the design and the thinness. And those are the things that you're really paying for. I don't know, the really nice thermals and good software. Like, it's just the overall package is going to be better than average. And that's kind of what you're paying for, in my opinion, for the premium price. That said, this one is the way to go in terms of bang for the buck right now. I think, like I said, I think the sales are going to go up and down on these different models over time, but this is a newer laptop. So the sales, I'm actually kind of surprised, honestly, that they're doing a sale at all right now, because this laptop only recently came out. But yeah, so that, I mean, this is definitely not the laptop if you're going for the best bang for the buck. Like, this is definitely more of the blend of some premiumness with good overall build quality. It's not the most premium laptop either for the money. So it's just a nice blend overall. Okay. Abdullah says, I will buy the 4060 one. To be honest, Zephyrus is perfect for me and my usage. It's a good laptop, but you can get 4060 so much cheaper and just have to carry like 1 or 2 extra pounds. That's true. If you want something that is cheaper, like the Pro 5i, the Legion Pro 5i, it undercuts this Legion 7i noticeably, but it's thicker and it's heavier at the same time. So yeah, it's definitely some trade-off. Zamani says i7 is better than the i9 this year. I don't know why you would say that, but anyway. Artyom says, any idea on 2026 which graphic cards we'll get? Well, I think we're going to get the 5000 series January 2025 would be my guess. And then we may not get anything in 2026 because 2024 we didn't get anything. So 2026 it might be another dead year from laptops. Zamani, no gaming. Yeah, you can get a 4070 less cheaper, but it would be like an yeah, like a lower quality build though. Yeah, that's probably true. I generally agree with that. Michael A says, do you know if the Blade 16 with a 4090 gives the same performance as a Blade 18? Michael A, I did respond to you earlier in the live stream. It should be very close, but about 5 to 10 watts lower in the Blade 16, especially when under a dual load, you know, like in terms of total wattage capability for cooling. It only has 2 fans instead of 3. And yeah, and, you know, the Blade 18 has that 3rd fan, and then since it's just bigger, more surface area, but a little better cooling potential. But it's going to be pretty similar in performance. Not quite the same, though. KB plays, what do you think of this versus the G16? We talked about this kind of at length at the beginning of the live stream, so I'll refer you to the beginning of the live stream. But essentially, I think they're both really great laptops. I think the G16 has its advantages with the OLED, better speakers, Windows Hello Camera, CNC milled aluminum chassis, where this is not that, but this is honestly, I think the build quality is a little better with the Legion 7i, and the thermals are also, I think, a little better on the 7i, a little more CPU performance potential with the 7i. But the G16, it can go up to a 4080 and a 4090, and that's a distinct advantage if you're after getting like the most performance, more performance, I guess, especially with more VRAM. And I feel like the G16 has some of those extra premium features like the OLED display and the Windows Hello camera and the better speaker system that makes it, I mean, it is more expensive. It is more expensive than the 7i, but so the 7i is more of like the value buy there. And the G16 is also a bit more portable, a little more portable focused. So that's a quick comparison, rehash of what we talked about earlier in the live stream. I hope that helps. And I think performance-wise, for your money, if you're going to get the i7-14700HX versus the Core Ultra 7 or Core Ultra 9, the i7 and i9 HX CPUs in the Legion 7i are just a lot more powerful, especially for multi-core rendering. So that's kind of your other trade-off, is the CPU line in the Zephyrus G16 is just not as good, but it's still a good processor. Now, the battery life in the Core Ultra 7 and 9, way better. So you want something that's a little bit better, a little bit more portability focused. The G16, probably the way to go between the two. Especially, I mean, the OLED laptop should also, I don't know, I think the OLED display is still better. I recommend a Legion 5i. They're some of the best budget builds. I reckon the later 30 versions as well, they're still bang for the buck. Yeah, I have recommended the Legion Pro 5i over and over within the last couple years. It's a great blend of portability, performance, and some premium build quality in the mix, but it definitely is a chunkier laptop. And if you're like a college student or a business professional, you want to travel, have something a little more portability focused, I could see why you might want to shell a few $100s extra for the Legion 7i over the Pro 5i. Definitely a more premium experience with the 7i. It's okay, Michael, no problem. Okay, so we're going to end there for now. Thank you guys so much for tuning into this live stream. We'll see you in the next one. We've got the Gigabyte G6X, I think, is the next live stream. It's a promising mix of premium features added to a budget system that's been redesigned from Gigabyte. I think it's going to be a good laptop, but we'll see. Okay. All right. Peace. See you in the next one, everybody. Bye-bye.